Chapter 2040. On little Xingxing's body, golden flames were still boiling. Countless mysterious runes could be vaguely seen connecting, forming a mysterious black tortoise pattern. This pattern seemed to cover little Xingxing's entire body. He was not afraid of the horned dragon and Snake Silence's attacks at all. He used the most direct and domineering method to crush the two. Little Xingxing's and Du Xiaoyao's true bodies shocked all the experts around. But at this moment, more attention was focused on the chaotic void. Du Xiaofu was injured by Gongsun Yuan's blade and Gongsun Qichong's fist. Could Du Xiaofu still withstand the attacks of three half-saints? Huang Zhu and the other two's attacks were successful. Their 6 eyes were fixed on the chaotic void. But in an instant, Huang Zhu and the Scorpio Earth Spider were shocked. They felt the aura. Du Xiaofu was not killed. His body was still glowing, but at this moment, the light was much dimmer and no longer dazzling. The chaotic void dissipated. The golden light spread, but it was much dimmer. A figure that looked like a golden ball appeared. The golden ball rippled and then spread out. It was a pair of golden rock wings. Before killing Gongsun Yuan, Du Xiaofu already knew that the 3 attacks would fall. In order to kill Gongsun Yuan, Du Xiaofu chose to take a risk. He risked his physical defense in exchange for Gongsun Yuan's life. Du Xiaofu had no other choice. Otherwise, if he was suppressed, he would be suppressed by the 4 half-saints. It would be difficult for him to make a comeback. Qi La, the golden wings of the great Ping unfurled. The original golden radiance was now extremely dim. The feathers were broken, dripping with blood like old brooms. Only the 36 true Ping feathers were still flickering with golden light. Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor was crumbling inch by inch. His body was broken, and pale golden blood seeped out. There were also several bloody holes from which blood spurted out. Vaguely, a strange poisonous gas was spreading from Du Xiaofu's broken body. It was overlooking the broken body. Pft! A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his throat. Du Xiaofu's aura also weakened a lot. His face was as pale as ash. He blocked it and killed Gongsun Yuan. My God, his body is perversely strong. Qi Xingchen, Feng Fenchen, and the others could not help but feel a chill run down their spines when they saw the figure in broken armor still standing in the air despite the fact that his body was in tatters. The strength of his physical body could only be described as monstrous for him to be able to withstand those 3 attacks. Gongsun Yuan's exploded body was still floating in the air. Her blood had yet to dissipate, and it was emitting a bright red light. It was extremely eye-catching. After a brief moment of silence, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard everywhere. The scene of Du Xiaofu crushing Gongsun Yuan's head with his claw was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. He killed Gongsun Qichong with 1 punch and Gongsun Yuan with 1 claw. 2 half-saints were killed. Blood splattered everywhere, and their souls were destroyed. How shocking was that! The Demon King took the attacks of 3 half-saints head-on. Although his body was cracked, he still stood in midair. Horrifying! It was too horrifying. All the living beings were trembling. Some of the beasts could not help but let out low growls. The Demon King had shocked everyone. The Rock Emperor is so brave. After a short silence, the Blood Vine Demon and the Desolate Nation's disciples were seething with excitement. Drip, drip. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with purple gold light. Electric arcs overflowed from his body. There were bloody holes on his body. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. There was also a strange poisonous gas corroding his body. Du Xiaofu had the indestructible Xian body. It was difficult for him to recover quickly from the 3 attacks. The azure spirit armor on his body was shattered. The rock wings were like a worn-out broom. The damage was too great. However, this made him look even more ferocious and savage. Huang Zhu, Sky Scorpion, and Ground Spider surrounded Du Xiaofu from 3 directions. When they saw the bleeding figure, they were not happy at all. Instead, they were deeply frightened and shocked. They knew best how strong their attacks were. However, the attacks of 3 half-saints could not kill that kid. They could not accept this result. His body is too terrifying. Huang Zhu's eyes rippled with emotion. Such a great calamity had already grown to such a terrifying extent. The worry in his heart back then had already come true. He can actually resist the poisonous gas. Scorpio and ground spider were also shocked. Their attacks were accompanied by terrifying poisonous gas. Cultivators at the same level as them definitely wouldn't dare to touch it, but that Devil King had blocked it. They felt that their poisonous gas didn't seem to have much effect on that physical body. Roar. A low roar came from Huang Zhu's mouth. Light spread out from his body. The energy of heaven and earth in the void suddenly became violent. In an instant, light shot into the sky. That dying figure turned into a huge, strange beast in the sky. Rumble, the strange beast in the sky seemed to contain some kind of law of heaven and earth. Light shot into the sky. The energy was like a waterfall, shaking the sky. It was extremely shocking. This was a huge, strange beast with a human face, a leopard's body, cow's ears, one eye, and a long tail. Runes flashed on its body. It was incomparably bright. It coiled in the void and let out endless rumbling sounds. It no longer had the aura of a dying man. The Zhujian body. This old mount is going to go all out. Qi Xingqian looked at Huang Zhu's true form. The Zhujian body was also secretly shocked. He knew Huang Zhu's origin. He was an old mount of legalism. He had experienced a lot and lived for many years. He was even older than the Horned Dragon and Feng Fenchen. Although he used to be a mount of legalism, no one dared to disrespect him. He was probably the closest existence to the Saint Realm. The might on his body was even stronger than that of the Horned Dragon. The Zhujian body appeared in the air. The old lady of the golden-winged Great Pung Bird Clan's golden eyes were no longer calm. She was moved, but then she quickly regained her calmness. Wu squeak, just as Huang Zhu revealed his true form and caused the void to rumble, there was a sharp beast roar. 2 huge beasts that were close to 10,000 feet in size appeared in the sky at the same time, shaking the sky. A huge brown scorpion appeared in the sky. Its body seemed to be covered in layers of scale-like armor. Its sharp claws were cold, and its eyes were cold. Its sharp tail stood upright in the sky. It emitted a dark light, like a flash of black lightning. A huge spider appeared in the sky. Its entire body was black, and every inch of its body was covered in runes. Its aura was accompanied by a strange poisonous gas. Chapter 2041. As the Zhujian's body appeared in the air, the old lady of the golden-winged Great Pung Clan's golden eyes were no longer as calm as an ancient well. She was slightly moved, but she soon regained her calm. Woo woo, squeak squeak. Just as the Zhujian revealed its true form and caused the void to rumble, a sharp beastly roar rang out. 2 enormous beasts that were close to 1,000 feet tall appeared in the sky at the same time, shaking the heavens. A huge brown scorpion appeared in the sky. Its body seemed to be covered in layers of scale-like armor. Its sharp claws were cold, and its eyes were cold. Its sharp, huge tail stood upright in the sky, emitting a dark light like a bolt of black lightning. A huge spider appeared in the sky. Its entire body was black, and every inch of its body was covered in runes. Its pervasive aura was accompanied by a strange poisonous gas. These were the true forms of the scorpion and the earth spider. They were terrifyingly powerful and filled with poisonous gas. Just this poisonous gas alone was enough to make it difficult for cultivators of the same level to resist. It was also why the scorpion and the earth spider were extremely fierce in the current world. However, the 2 of them had been in seclusion for a long time. Only a few older existences knew of their existence. The 3 enormous beasts appeared in the sky. Their surging auras shook the heavens and the earth. The 3 half-step saints of the Beast Clan have already used their full strength. The demon King Du Xiaofu has suffered heavy injuries. I'm afraid he's exhausted his strength. Can he still resist? When they saw the three behemoths standing in the void, the surrounding living beings cried out in shock. They couldn't help but gasp for Du Xiaofu again. That devil King Du Xiaofu had already paid a heavy price to brutally kill two half-step saints at the cost of his own life. Although Du Xiaofu had endured the attacks of the three half-step saints and forcibly resisted them, everyone could feel that the combined attack of the three half-step saints was enough to make the demon King Du Xiaofu unable to endure it again. Du Xiaofu was in the sky. Blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth. When the three enormous beasts appeared in the sky, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. A cold light shot out from his eyes. Kill. Huang Zhu didn't waste any time. When Zhu Jian's true form was revealed, he directly rushed towards Du Xiaofu. The distance between them wasn't that far to begin with. With a single step, he shattered the universe. It was as if a heavenly pillar had appeared from the heavens. He ruthlessly stomped towards Du Xiaofu. Swish, swish. Scorpio and Ground Spider were also very clear that there was no turning back. Since they had already interfered today, no matter how this demon King Du Xiaofu ended up, the two of them would probably have a hard time in the future. But now, if this demon king didn't die today, they would definitely die. When Huang Zhu attacked, the Scorpio and Earth Spider also moved. The Sky Scorpion's sharp tail was like a bolt of black lightning, while the Earth Spider's legs, suffused with cold light, bared their fangs and brandished their claws, piercing through the void. Such a terrifying attack, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, enveloped Du Xiaofu. Kill! Du Xiaofu raised his head, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. A silver-gold electric arc shot out from between his eyebrows. Rumble, the electric arcs that filled the sky condensed into thunderbolts. Starlight fluctuated, and accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning, a huge red-bone horse monkey broke through the sky. It was as if the world had just been created. Its aura was boundless. A fist that carried a sky full of thunder and lightning directly blasted towards Huang Zhu's huge paw. The surrounding void suddenly shattered inch by inch, and electric arcs overflowed. Qi-La at the same time, a jet-black light net enveloped the void like a dark cloud. It was filled with heart-palpitating black runes. Poisonous gas filled the sky, and it distorted the void. In an instant it enveloped Du Xiaofu's surroundings. That heart-palpitating black light net was the Ground Spider's innate ability. It was condensed from the poisonous silk that it spat out. The poisonous gas filled the sky, and it could corrode everything. It was also incomparably tough. Back then, countless experts had perished in the Earth Spider's poison web. If a cultivator of the same level was trapped in it, not to mention the terrifying poison gas, just the tenacity of the poison web alone was something that even a saint weapon would find difficult to cut apart given the Earth Spider's current cultivation. The poisonous web enveloped Du Xiaofu like a collapsing dark cloud. In an instant, it landed around Du Xiaofu's body, enveloping him like a cocoon. Not good. That poisonous spider's earth poison heavenly silk net is very difficult to deal with. Feng Fun's expression was solemn. Even he felt some fear towards the poison web. The earth poison heavenly silk net enveloped Du Xiaofu, and the poisonous gas corroded everything. It instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu and bound him. However, at the same time, the earth poison heavenly silk net suddenly trembled violently. In an instant it was as if stormy waves were rising. At the same time, the sky suddenly changed color, and a mysterious mighty force descended from the sky. Boom! Resplendent runes fluctuated, and the earth poison heavenly silk net expanded. In an instant the sky changed color, and a giant that was over 100 meters tall appeared. Its entire body emitted a misty mist, and it was as if 1,000,000 mountains had descended from the sky. It seemed to have traveled through time and space from the ancient times, and it directly stood in the air. The surrounding wind and clouds surged, and the surging power of the sorcerer god came from the ancient times. The surrounding void was filled with endless wind and thunder, clanging sounds. The power of the sorcerer god, that's the body of the sorcerer god of the Confucian school. Many creatures cried out in alarm. Feng Fun, Qi Xingqian, and the other experts also had ripples in their eyes. That was clearly the power of the sorcerer god of the Confucian school. Why would it appear on the demon king's body? The body of the sorcerer god stood tall, but the earth-poison heavenly silk net was still tightly enveloping it, and it was filled with a monstrous poisonous gas. Die! The earth spider spat out cold words filled with killing intent. Its 8 chelicerae pierced through the void, and they were filled with pitch-black light. They instantly pierced into the body of Du Xiaofu, who was bound by the earth-poison heavenly silk net. They pierced into his body from his shoulders, abdomen, and thighs, and monstrous poisonous gas and killing intent swept out violently. The earth spider sneered, and its killing intent filled the air. Bound by its earth-poison heavenly silk net, no one below the saint realm would be able to escape. The demon king was an arrow at the end of its flight. If he died at its hands, its name would probably spread far and wide from now on. In just an instant, the sneering earth spider's ferocious beast eyes became sluggish. Its ferocious eyes were filled with fear. It felt that its chelicerae had been instantly bound by a pair of giant hands, and it was unable to move an inch. The one who will die will definitely not be me. As such a voice rang out, a pair of giant hands reached out from within the indestructible earth-poison heavenly silk net. They were covered in runes, and a vast and turbulent power erupted like a series of mountain torrents. Amidst the rumbling of wind and thunder, they directly tore apart the earth-poison heavenly silk net. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone was dumbfounded. The earth spider's chelicerae were tightly gripped by Du Xiaofu, and it tore apart the earth-poison heavenly silk net. Die for me! Such a loud roar came from Du Xiaofu's sorcerer god body, and the surrounding space trembled. It was as if countless gods and demons were chanting, and it shook people's souls. The rich and surging power of the sorcerer god seemed to have traversed time and space from ancient times, and it erupted in an instant. No, at this moment, the earth spider seemed to have sensed something. It let out a miserable cry, and its eyes were filled with shock and fear. Chapter 2042. Rip! The gigantic spider's body was torn in half starting from its chelicerae. Blood and poisonous gas sprayed into the air. The gigantic body stood in the air with the strength to move mountains and rivers. With the most ferocious posture, it directly tore the gigantic spider apart. Whoosh! A sharp black spear pierced through Du Xiaofu's chest from his back. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic tail wrapped in scale-like armor. Cold light overflowed from it like a bolt of black lightning. Runes fluctuated, poisonous gas and monstrous energy poured out. The moment the gigantic spider was torn apart, this gigantic tail also pierced through Du Xiaofu's chest. Pale golden blood filled the air as runes dripped from the tip of the tail. Little bastard, you will pay with your life for the earth spider. The gigantic scorpion roared angrily. Its eyes were cold. Its sharp tail rose to the sky and emitted a dark light. Like a black bolt of lightning, it pierced through Du Xiaofu's gigantic body, wanting to tear Du Xiaofu apart. Countless eyes were filled with shock and fear. The gigantic scorpion soared through the air, its ferocious and intimidating. Its gigantic tail coiled around its back and pierced through the giant's chest. However, at this moment, the gigantic hand directly grabbed the gigantic tail that pierced through the air. Under a terrifying force, the gigantic scorpion's tail could not be pulled back. The gigantic scorpion's eyes instantly changed color. It felt a terrifying sense of danger from the depths of its beast soul. Crack, crack. In the next instant, the gigantic hand grabbed the gigantic black tail tightly. With an unparalleled force, the gigantic tail was forcefully broken into two with cracking sounds. Ah! A thunderous scream came from the gigantic scorpion's mouth. This result was not within the sky scorpion's expectations. It spat out a large mouthful of blood. Its gigantic tail was broken. This was a serious injury. No, the sky scorpion was terrified. It was spitting out blood. Half of its gigantic tail had not yet been pulled out from the gigantic body of the sorcerer. It was still tightly held by the sorcerer. Rip! The enormous body of the supreme magus forcibly turned around and gripped the sharp black tail with his left hand. Awoo! In an instant, purple-gold light filled the sky, and a giant purple-gold sword suddenly appeared in the giant's hand. The dazzling talisman patterns on the sword's body overflowed, and the arc was still agile and natural. Indistinct phantoms of azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise and black tortoise circled around, faintly discernible. "You can die with it too," the giant said in a low voice. He slashed out with his giant sword. It was as if he could split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it. Wherever the purple-gold sword light passed, the space collapsed, revealing traces of a vacuum. However, this sword strike contained a terrifying and overbearing sword intent that swept through the sky. A terrifying and overbearing pressure effused out from the sword light, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble violently. The domineering sword aura made one's hair stand on end and tremble all over. "No!" the giant scorpion cried out in alarm. It let out a ferocious roar and spat out blood. It wanted to retreat, but its broken tail was still trapped by the sorcerer's body and couldn't move at all. It was too fast. This was a fatal blow, a cruel and brutal one. The overbearing sword light shattered the space and directly slashed the giant scorpion's ferocious head. Chi-la, without any suspense, everyone watched in shock as the purple-gold sword light cut through the terrifying giant scorpion's body like a hot knife through butter. "Horned dragon, save me!" A sorrowful cry for help spread from the sky, but the voice instantly stopped. Poisonous gas poured out, and a bloody mist sprayed out. The giant scorpion had been cut in half. The surroundings trembled, and the surrounding creatures felt a chill down their spines. Experts like Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen also had raging waves in their eyes at this moment, and their bodies were trembling. There was also half of the giant scorpion's tail that was personally pulled out from the giant sorcerer's body, and faint golden blood splattered everywhere. This scene was valiant and brutal. As the giant body shrank, the broadsword in its hand also changed. The sorcerer's body dissipated, and Du Xiaofu's body was dripping with blood. There was a bloody hole in his chest that directly pierced through his body. Blood flowed like a pool, and there were also several cracks on his body, as if his body was about to be torn apart. This was left behind by the sky scorpion and the earth spider just now. If it was an ordinary half-saint, they would have been consigned to eternal damnation and would have died long ago. Du Xiaofu had managed to pull through, but the heavy injuries on his body were shocking to the eye. It only added to the bloody savagery. In the distance, Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, Du Xiaoman, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Those terrifying wounds made them feel even more pain than if they had landed on their bodies. His bloody body was wrapped in purple-gold lightning arcs. The purple robe on his body was tattered and had long been soaked in blood. Only bits and pieces of the broken feather armor still covered his body. Du Xiaofu was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Pale golden blood condensed in the void and fluctuated with runes. Only the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand was still dazzling. However, this figure standing in the void while surrounded by the gigantic beasts was inexplicably even more terrifying. 4 half-saint experts had been killed by him with unparalleled ferocity. How shocking was this? Roar! The dragon's deafening roar was the horned dragon's roar. It had heard the sky scorpion's cry for help, but under the suppression of Little Star, it couldn't escape and was constantly being crushed. The more the horned dragon fought, the more shocked it became. Such a mysterious dragon had been suppressing it all this time. all of the horned dragon's methods were ineffective in front of this little dragon. Even its attacks couldn't leave any effect on the little dragon's body. Bang! The horned dragon's huge body was hit by a giant tail of golden flames. Starlight fluctuated, and the aura was domineering. The golden flames on its back shattered the dragon's scales and dripped with blood. Old snake, how dare you be so presumptuous? Little Xingxing's body moved horizontally. At the same time that its huge tail struck the horned dragon's body, it flapped its wings and moved. The dragon claw under its abdomen also tore at Shimo's body in a crushing manner, shattering its scales. It was unable to resist at all, and large chunks of flesh were torn off. Hiss! Under the intense pain, Emoshi's heavenly snake body writhed and blood poured out. Bang bang! Not far away, muffled sounds continued. The huge demon vulture's body was overflowing with demonic aura. It flapped its wings, bringing along a demonic aura storm that swept in all directions. However, at this moment, a redbone horse monkey was grabbing one of its claws with one hand and continuously punching it with the other, causing its body to split open. Roar! The huge red fire demonic lion charged over, bursting with red flames. Its aura was surging as it charged towards the redbone horse monkey. Rumble! A sonorous heavenly sound resounded. The redbone horse monkey's eyes were suffused with golden light. The inaction nirvana's aura was shocking. The golden light was boundless. It let go of the demon vulture's body and charged towards the Meng lion. The red fire demonic lion's body shook the Meng lion back. The huge Zhujian's body covered the sky. It could crush the sky and the void, and the mountains below were constantly exploding. Chapter 2043. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Huang Zhu's true form, the Zhujian, was roaring. It was no longer that old man in his twilight years. Its terrifying aura was enough to turn the world upside down and shake the heavens. It was actually much stronger than Horned Dragon, Silent Snake, Ho Shi, Ingjiu, and the others. The roar was like thunder. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit Crimson Horse Monkey's body had already transformed into a giant lightning turtle, a giant lightning tree, and the like. Lightning exploded and dazzled as it continuously bombarded the Zhujian. Rumble! The lightning shattered the void, rumbling endlessly and shaking the heavens and the earth. The Zhujian roared. Even though it was surrounded by this terrifying lightning, it was still able to move unhindered. Child, this is the spiritual root of legalism. Your primordial spirit also contains it. You are after all a person of legalism. Legalism has let you down, but there were some things that we had no choice at that time. I think that with your current achievements, as long as you are willing to return home, all grievances can be resolved and your family can be reunited. In the future, the entire legalism will definitely fall on your shoulders. Child, come home. The Zhujian's voice fell into the ears of Du Xiaofu's true form through voice transmission. At this moment, mysterious runes appeared on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit Crimson Horse Monkey's body, forming a light net that enveloped his body. A majestic and desolate aura spread out, as if authority was not to be challenged. That was the spiritual root of legalism, and its aura was different. How could Huang Zhu not recognize that this was the spiritual root of legalism? He had seen the Scorpio Earth Spider, Gongsun Yueying, and Gongsun Qichang being brutally killed with his own eyes. He suppressed the shock in his heart and wanted to continue dragging Du Xiaofu back to legalism. If such a junior was willing to return to legalism, no matter how many people from legalism were killed, legalism would definitely be able to let bygones be bygones. With the current lack of juniors in legalism, in the future, only the siblings would be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of legalism. Du Xiaofu's bloody body was still tall and straight. Under the faint fluctuation of electric arcs, the shocking bloody hole on his body was recovering at an extremely slow speed. The bloodstain at the corner of his mouth made him even more ferocious. More and more living beings had gathered in the distance to watch, and quite a few powerful beings had appeared. However, at this moment, they were all dumbfounded as they stared at the ferocious figure in silence. "Old bastard, you're not a good person either." This was Du Xiaofu's response to Huang Zhu. He held the violet gold heavenly tower in one hand and took out quite a few precious medicines from his cosmos pouch with the other. He stuffed them into his mouth. Multicolored light gushed out from his bloody mouth as he walked towards Huang Zhu. Boom! Rumble! As Du Xiaofu took a step forward, the void began to tremble. Rumbling sounds rang out, causing the ears of all the living beings present to ring and the sky to shake. Roar, roar! At the same time, as Du Xiaofu took a step forward, the image of a huge dragon appeared above his head and roared. The aura on his body also soared like a rocket. Hearing Du Xiaofu's response and seeing Du Xiaofu coming, Huang Zhu's Zhujian aura surged. As his ferocious eyes opened and closed, light pierced through the sky like lightning. His huge body soared into the sky and his huge hooves stomped out, causing mountains to crumble. The energy was like a vast ocean that struck the sky, shocking the surroundings. I never thought that this old mount would be so powerful. Powerful beings like Feng Fenchen and Qi Xingchen were also very shocked. They could feel how powerful Huang Zhu was. He was probably only a step away from the true saint realm. Huang Zhu didn't say anything else. Such a terrifying junior was already a future threat to legalism. 9 half-saints had attacked at the same time, but they had already lost. 4 of them had died in an instant. This was too terrifying. Boom! Huang Zhu attacked with all his might. He was very powerful as he stood in the sky, his 4 hooves crushing everything and shaking the void. The several types of spiritual lightning contained in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit moved at the same time. Lightning exploded, and the power of several types of spiritual lightning was vast and mighty. In such a battle, the lightning was violent, the lightning was boundless, and the energy was vast and mighty. It was as if a god was attacking. Such a battle was impossible for cultivators who weren't strong enough to get close. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart tremble. In such a battle, every move was enough to shatter the sky. It was unimaginable what kind of power this was, and it was shocking. Roar, roar. There were a total of 9 steps, and Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the endless lightning formed by several types of spiritual lightning. The shadows of 9 huge dragons gathered above his head, and finally swept into his body. His aura became vigorous again, and 2 golden bolts of lightning shot into the sky from his golden eyes at the same time. A 3-colored palm print covered his right hand. The palm print was still condensing, and a strange and violent energy fluctuation suddenly rippled from Du Xiaofu's left hand. The scarlet energy that seemed to have solidified suddenly wrapped around his palm, condensing into a bright red palm print that was like a sun in the sky. It instantly merged with the 3-colored palm print on his right hand. Roar! Roar! When the handprints overlapped and merged in an instant, Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, but the light within the handprints became even more gorgeous and resplendent. There was a faint roar of a dragon, a tiger, a bird, and a turtle, and a pressure surged through the sky. Profound Yellow Emperor's seal, kill! Kill! Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu's attack was clean and fierce. His qi poured out like a flood, and the profound Yellow Emperor's seal expanded with the wind, accompanied by a destructive power that suddenly swept out. Roar! Such a palm print made the eyes of Huang Zhu's real body, Zhu Jian, change greatly. In the sweeping thunder, his body stood straight, and his pillar-like hoof pressed down. Everything happened as fast as lightning. The palm and the hoof collided with each other. Runes burst forth, and the sky rumbled. Gorgeous and gorgeous runes burst forth, and a terrifying energy ripple swept out like a huge wave. The violent and domineering energy was released, and there were the roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. In the dazzling light, the shadows of the four beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the phoenix, the black tortoise, and the black tortoise, appeared. They roared like thunder, and a terrifying aura burst out. Bang, 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 a large area of the void was collapsing, and a huge void black hole was revealed, which made people feel a chill down their spine and their hearts tremble. Stomp, stomp, the huge body of Zhu Jian was pushed back, and his hoof broke the void. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his huge fierce eyes were filled with shock. That junior was so terrifying, and he was still so terrifying after being injured to such an extent. Rumble! Zhu Jian didn't have time to be shocked, because Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had already launched several bolts of spiritual lightning, and the thunderbolts were tens of thousands of feet long, destroying everything. Du Xiaofu's body was also pushed back, and he spat out blood again. There was a violent fluctuation in his eyes. This Huang Zhu was much stronger than the four half-saints. Du Xiaofu was seriously injured, and his body was pierced through. Even with the immortal Xian body, it was difficult for him to recover from such a serious injury. If it was someone else, they would have died 10 times over. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Although he was seriously injured, he couldn't let this old mount, legalism, live. This old mount, who had lived for a long time, looked gentle and gentle, but in fact, it wasn't much better than the rest of legalism. This time, if it weren't for the old lady and him, Du Xiaoyao, little Xingxing, and the others would have been in big trouble. Chapter 2044. Boom! The void trembled as Du Xiaofu walked out. As he stepped forward, an 8 trigrams diagram appeared in the void around him. Whoosh! The 8 trigrams diagram connected with each other in all directions, like dazzling divine rings spreading into the distance. When the 8 trigrams appeared in the sky, a powerful aura instantly descended upon the void of the ancient mountain range. Roar! Within the 8 trigrams diagram, there were the cries of thousands of beasts, mountains and lakes moving horizontally, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, wind and rain alternating, mountains and rivers appearing, and the sun, moon, and stars changing. There were also phantoms of the purple flame demonic phoenix, the grass of immortality, and the dark seeker grass. All the profound techniques that Du Xiaofu had comprehended appeared within the 8 trigrams diagram at this moment. They merged into one and spread towards the Zhu Jian. What kind of technique is this? It's so terrifying. Feng Fenchen, Qi Xingchen, and the other experts were also shocked. They could clearly feel that the strange diagram had an aura that made their souls tremble and their primordial spirits tremble. The aura was vast and boundless. It descended upon the depths of the souls of living beings for no reason. The vast power made people tremble. When the 8 trigrams diagram spread over, Huang Zhu's expression changed. The Zhu Jian's fierce eyes trembled, and there were waves surging. The terrifying power wanted to imprison it and suppress it. Roar! Rumble! Within the 8 trigrams diagram, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body was not suppressed at all. Spiritual thunder exploded and continuously attacked the Zhu Jian. The green spirit armor was shattered, the physical body was shattered, and the bloody holes were blurred and covered in blood. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu stepped on the 8 trigrams diagram, and the light was still monstrous. The galaxy circled, the grass of immortality, the dark seeker grass, and various other profound techniques surrounded it. It was natural, and it was like a miracle. Heavenly thunder destruction. Heavenly fire destruction. Rumble! Rumble! In the void, heavenly thunder suddenly descended. Monstrous electric arcs swept across the sky, and flames filled the sky. The entire ancient mountain range trembled and rumbled. Heaven and earth turned upside down, and the sky seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Cracks were spreading out. Heaven and earth rumbled as the sky trembled. The terrifying aura caused the entire space to tremble. Du Xiaofu activated the 8 trigrams diagram and used the 8 trigrams diagram to suppress Zhu Jian. This old steed of legalism had attacked little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao along the way. This was a plan to uproot the desolate country. Du Xiaofu had no intention of letting him go. Even if he had to pay the price, he had to kill him today. Puqi Huang Zhu's Zhujian's true body vomited blood. It already couldn't gain any advantage against Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit and the crimson monkey's body. Now, with Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams, it was no longer able to gain the upper hand. This terrifying aura was too powerful with a holy aura. He's too strong. No wonder he didn't need us to intervene. This demon king wants to establish his might and intimidate everyone. He has the strength to do so. Feng Fenden was shocked. This method was too terrifying. No wonder this little demon king didn't need them to intervene. He had enough capital. Child, you're too stubborn. Do you really think you're invincible below the Saint Plane? Do you really think you can kill everyone below the Saint Plane? Zhu Jian roared. Every inch of its huge body was covered with dazzling runes. It was incomparably blazing, like a burning divine fire that swept out in all directions. The aura on Huang Zhu's body continued to rise in an instant. Under the terrifying aura, Huang Zhu gradually resisted Du Xiaofu's attacks from all directions. This old steed has actually reached this level. At this moment, the eyes of the old lady of the golden-winged rocks rippled. Her golden eyes revealed a serious look. This is, at the same time, Feng Fenden and Qi Xingqian seemed to have sensed something as well. Their expressions changed greatly. Rumble! Zhu Jian roared. It was like the sound of the heavens, rumbling. The sound waves were like surging white arcs of lightning, mixed with a terrifying pressure that could shatter everything. There were also several kinds of terrifying profound meanings that caused the world to change color. At this moment, Huang Zhu not only resisted Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams and spiritual thunder of the primordial spirit, but also counterattacked Du Xiaofu. Could this old steed have already stepped into the Saint Plane? Du Xiaofu's eyes also surged with shock. At this moment, the aura on this old steed's body had risen by a lot compared to before. This kind of aura made Du Xiaofu feel like the Saint Plane experts of the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart and feel a chill down his spine. It's not the true Saint Plane, but it's infinitely close to the Saint Plane. This old steed is probably very close to the Saint Plane. However, after carefully sensing it, Du Xiaofu felt that something was different. This old steed wasn't the true Saint Plane, but was very close to it. However, it was much more powerful than the half-saint cultivation of the horned dragon and the other half-saint cultivators. It even had the true might of a saint, which could suppress him in essence. I've already surpassed the half-saint plane. I'm very close to the true Saint Plane. You're no longer a match for me. Huang Zhu spoke. His voice was melodious and contained killing intent. Several profound meanings merged together, causing half of the sky to darken. Crack, crack, the 8 trigrams in the void was cracking as if it was about to be overturned. The galaxy was shattering. The grass of immortality and dark seeker grass were withering. The lightning was dimming. The mountains and rivers were cracking. Everything was being destroyed. Oh no, how did that old man suddenly become stronger? Qi Yeshi, Zixian, Huang Linger and Zhou Shaluo all turned pale. They clearly saw that the old steed was being suppressed, but it suddenly became so powerful. This old steed has reached the Sage-to-Be realm. He's very close to the true Saint Plane. He only needs one last opportunity to become a saint. Qi Xingqian seemed to be responding to Qi Yeshi. His eyes shone brightly like ripples of starlight. The Sage-to-Be realm was the level closest to the true Saint Plane. One opportunity was enough to become a saint. Qi Xingqian hadn't reached that level yet. His voice was filled with shock as he continued. He's burning his vitality. This is his true power to deal with Du Xiaofu. Ancestor, can he still resist? Qi Yeshi's heart sank when she heard this. It wasn't difficult to feel from Qi Xingqian's expression that the old steed's cultivation was at the sage-to-be realm. It was much stronger than a half-saint. Du Xiaofu had been severely injured. She couldn't help but worry. Let's wait and see first. Qi Xingqian's expression turned serious. Du Xiaofu had already killed 4 half-saints, but he was also severely injured. He was at the end of his rope. At this moment, he had probably used all his strength. It was impossible for him to resist Huang Zhu's old steed. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying. A sage-to-be realm cultivator could fight a true saint-playing cultivator. Zhu Jian's body soared into the sky, shining brightly. The void was constantly shattering. Du Xiaofu was being defeated. Puff! Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. The bloody hole on the surface of his body cracked. His injuries were spreading. He couldn't hold on any longer. Chapter 2045. Creak, without any delay, Du Xiaofu called his primordial spirit back into his glabella. He could not allow anything to happen to his primordial spirit. Although his primordial spirit and physical body had the advantage of attacking at the same time, it also consumed a lot of energy. Obviously, his primordial spirit was no longer of much use to the old mount. Du Xiaofu could only call it back. Screech! When the primordial spirit was called back, a huge purple-gold thunder rock appeared in the 8 trigrams void diagram. It flapped its wings and a vast and domineering aura swept out. Its entire body was covered with dense purple-gold electric arcs, which rapidly twisted and gathered into dazzling purple-gold thunderbolts to fight against the huge Zhu Jian. This was the condensation of Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and the supreme beast energy of the great golden-winged rock race. It merged with the 8 trigrams void diagram. This is a kind of suppression that comes from the realm. It has not stepped into the true saint realm, but it is not far away. It has touched the edge of the saint realm. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed in the huge purple-gold thunder rock's shadow. Du Xiaofu felt the suppression of the realm from the Zhu Jian. It was difficult for him to deal with the old mount, and he was suppressed by it. This is troublesome. The yellow-gold thunder rock's strength suddenly skyrocketed, and its aura flourished. Everyone began to gasp for Du Xiaofu. At this moment, everyone could feel that although the demon king Du Xiaofu had killed 4 demi-saints at the speed of lightning and at the cost of his own life, he was severely injured and exhausted. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to deal with the Zhu Jian. This old mount is also giving it his all. He has cultivated for a long time and has reached the level of quasi-saint. The saint realm is within his reach, but he is also nearing the end of his life. He entered this place in search of opportunities to become a saint. Right now, the old mount is burning its life force. It's committing suicide. Even if it can kill its opponent, it might end up dying. He had seen through Huang Zhu's current situation. Encountering a junior like Du Xiaofu, even if Huang Zhu had a chance to win, it would be equivalent to suicide. In order to kill Du Xiaofu, this old mount was willing to burn his life force. This was enough to show how much killing intent he had towards Du Xiaofu. Bang bang! At the same time, the battle between Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and the purple-gold thunder rock, which was formed by the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock, had reached its climax. The battle was getting more and more intense. Every collision seemed to be earth-shattering. The Zhu Jian roared. Its voice was also a kind of innate ability that could shake one's mind. Infinite strength was also one of the innate abilities of the Zhu Jian. Considering that it had fused several profound meanings, its attack was very terrifying. Its whole body was shining brightly. It was like a supreme beast that could crush stars. Many creatures were shocked. The experts from the School of Agriculture, School of Moism, School of Yin Yang, and Phoenix race were all astonished. This old mount of legalism was really terrifying. Although Du Xiaofu was being suppressed and was retreating, he was still resisting. Qi La. The huge purple-gold thunder rock's sharp claws tore the void. It flapped its wings and thunder was tens of thousands of feet long. It fought fiercely with the Zhujian, shattering the heaven and earth. It was overbearing and fierce. Within the purple-gold thunder rock, Du Xiaofu was covered in blood. This Huang Zhu was much stronger than other half-saints. He was definitely a formidable opponent. This can't go on. Do I need to use the purple thunder profound cauldron to fight? At this point, Du Xiaofu was a little scared. If this went on, the consequences would be serious. He might even be defeated. This old mount, whose strength had suddenly skyrocketed, had been suppressing him. Du Xiaofu felt that it was difficult for him to resist even if he used all his strength, let alone kill this old mount. However, if he used the purple thunder profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu was also afraid. The purple thunder profound cauldron was indeed his last trump card. It was also his most powerful weapon. However, with his current consumption, it was difficult for him to even use the Black-Yellow Emperor's seal. He was completely relying on the supreme beast ability of the golden-winged rock and the power of the thunder martial vein to resist. Even if he used the purple thunder profound cauldron, he would only be able to resist this old mount for a while. It was impossible for him to kill it. With his current strength, Du Xiaofu estimated that he would not be able to use the purple thunder profound cauldron for long. He would not be able to do anything to this old mount. Once he was truly exhausted, he would be the one to suffer. The old mount's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Even if the old lady was still watching from the side, Du Xiaofu was still a little worried. He did not know if the old lady could withstand it. Du Xiaofu knew very well that the old lady had not reached the true level of the Saint Realm. If I can go further, even if it's a small step, it will be enough, Du Xiaofu thought in his heart. At this moment, he was being suppressed. This kind of suppression did not come from Qi, but from the realm. He was at the peak of the undying realm. If he could go further, even by a small step, Du Xiaofu was confident that he could reverse the situation again. However, this step, even if it was a small step, was difficult to take at the peak of the undying realm. Everything could only rely on luck and comprehension. There was no other way. Puff! Under the impact of the terrible power, Du Xiaofu vomited blood again. Why can't I feel the Saint Realm? Du Xiaofu was also thinking in his heart. He had been at the peak of the undying realm for a long time, but why couldn't he feel the Saint Realm? If this went on, not to mention that he was already in danger, he could not do anything to this old mount. In the future, he might end up like this old mount, stopping at a certain level until the oil lamp finally ran out. What is the Saint Realm? Du Xiaofu shouted in his heart. While fighting a strong enemy, his body was covered in blood. At the same time, he was thinking, comprehending, and wanted to explore the Saint Realm. Rumble! The giant hoof of Zhujian broke the sky and collided with the wing of the purple-gold thunder rock. The surrounding void collapsed inch by inch. Puff! Du Xiaofu vomited blood again. The giant body of the purple-gold thunder rock merged with the 8 trigrams diagram and was knocked back together. This old mount's hoof contains a terrible power ultimacy. Is this the prerequisite to approaching the Saint Realm? Under the hoof of Zhujian, Du Xiaofu was knocked back. He also vaguely felt that the hoof contained a crushing power of the realm and infinite power. Du Xiaofu felt that it was the power that he could not resist and was knocked back continuously. That kind of power seemed to have reached a kind of extreme, containing the power of heaven and earth. This sudden discovery made Du Xiaofu ponder. The power ultimacy seemed to be flawless and was close to perfection. The power was too strong. It was not something that could be resisted by force. It was a crushing power that surpassed power. Chapter 2046. No flaws perfect. Could it be? Du Xiaofu seemed to have grasped something and immediately fell into deep thought. However, Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and supreme beast energy of the golden rock race were still fused with the 8 trigrams profound, and they were continuously resisting Huang Zhu's ferocious attacks. What is that brat doing? Something's not right. Huang Zhu seemed to have sensed something, and his huge ferocious eyes stared at Du Xiaofu in the purple-gold thunder rock. At this moment, Huang Zhu had a bad premonition. The light on his body became even brighter, and his attacks became even more ferocious and fierce. His killing intent soared to the sky and shattering the void. Du Xiaofu instinctively resisted with all his strength. The 8 trigrams profound, thunder martial vein, and supreme beast energy of the golden rock race were all doing their best. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was having a harder time. Du Xiaofu was constantly being pushed back, and his injuries were getting more and more serious. More and more blood was flowing out of his body. Rumble. In the sky, the fierce battle between Little Xingxing, Horned Dragon, and Silent Snake had reached its climax. Horned Dragon and Silent Snake were fighting 2 against 1, but they were still being pushed back by Little Xingxing. Their indestructible heavenly snake bodies and dragon bodies were covered in blood, and their skin and flesh were torn. Heavenly Snake swallows the stars. Silent Snake's true body roared ferociously. His bloody snake body suddenly shone brightly, and a huge heavenly snake phantom was projected on his true body. His ferocious head was especially huge, and his huge mouth was roaring furiously. Endless pressure and light rushed out, trying to swallow Little Xingxing. Heavenly Snake swallows the stars. This is the strongest innate skill of the heavenly snake race. This old snake has also been pushed to the extreme. An elder from the school of Yin Yang spoke. He recognized the strongest innate skill of the heavenly snake race. You overestimate yourself. Facing Silent Snake's strongest skill of the heavenly snake race, Little Xingxing had no intention of taking it seriously. As he spoke, a dazzling ink-black runic light spread out from the black tortoise divine shell on the surface of his body. Suddenly, an illusory beast phantom, like a dragon's roar, soared into the sky. Roar. This illusory beast was completely black, but it was dazzling and resplendent. Its entire body was covered in scales, and the turtle and snake intertwined. It was as if it was alive, and it brought with it a huge pressure. A majestic energy aura quietly spread out. This was the shadow of the black tortoise. Under this aura, even the sky was distorted. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions like a raging tide, enveloping the sky in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying energy came from all directions, causing spatial cracks to ripple in the surrounding void. This was the aura of a supreme being. Under this terrifying might, the beasts watching from afar trembled and prostrated themselves. It was as if their bodies were about to explode. That kind of pressure came from the depths of the beast's soul, and it was impossible to resist. Silent Snake's soul throbbed, and the huge shadow was destroyed without any resistance. Pu Piu, the shadow of the black tortoise ruthlessly crushed Shimo's body, causing him to continuously vomit blood. Shimo's aura was withering, and his body was expanding as if it was about to explode. No, Silent Snake roared, and fear gushed out from his ferocious eyes. At this moment, he felt a terrifying power appear in the depths of his beast's soul and body. It was expanding wildly, destroying everything, and it was unstoppable. Bang bang! Immediately after, the huge body of the heavenly snake exploded after expanding. Blood rained down, and the void shattered inch by inch. Roar! The dragon roared like thunder. At this moment, a beam of energy suddenly burst out from the horned dragon's bloody mouth, shooting out from behind Little Xingxing. The energy beam carried with it a terrifying force, and it directly fell on Little Xingxing's back. Boom! The energy beam fell, causing the entire space to tremble, and an incomparably violent energy was instantly released from little Xingxing's back. This was the horned dragon's all-out attack, and it suddenly fell, causing Feng Fenshen, Huang Ling Huang Wu, Feng Han, and the other powerhouses to feel their hearts rise to their throats. However, such a terrifying attack directly hit little Xingxing's back, and it only caused the black tortoise pattern on little Xingxing's back to dim. Little Xingxing's reddish-gold dragon body only trembled slightly. How could the pitiful horned dragon know that in terms of defense, little Xingxing's original body was simply superior to Du Xiaofu, who had painstakingly cultivated? The black tortoise's body was immune to physical attacks. Although little Xingxing was in the form of a dragon, he possessed the true bloodline of the black tortoise. He had inherited the terrifying talent of being immune to physical attacks, and after completely fusing with the black tortoise divine shell, his defense was probably even stronger than his father, the dragon god, when he was at the same level of cultivation. The horned dragon had already expended a lot of energy, so how could his attack have much effect at this moment? Mixed blood dragon, you're courting death. At the same time, little Xingxing's huge body stood upright, and as he flapped his wings, an extremely dense pressure spread out. The entire space trembled, and blazing flames filled the sky. The third eye mark on his forehead suddenly opened, and a resplendent beam of light shot into the sky. The resplendent beam of light instantly enveloped the horned dragon like a curtain of light. A terrifying draconic might immediately descended, and a soul attack that blotted out the sky also spread out in the sky at the same time. As the curtain of light enveloped him, the astonishing draconic might cause the blood in Feng Fenshen and the other experts to boil, and their beast souls to tremble. The horned dragon was shocked by the abnormal dragon's abnormal defense. After exchanging blows, he gained a whole new understanding of the dragon. However, all of this was too late. Under the curtain of light, the horned dragon's soul was trembling, as if it was submitting, as if it was facing a real dragon. Roar! Within the curtain of light, the shadow of a green dragon roared out. The runes were resplendent, and it carried a terrifying draconic might. In an instant, it passed through the horned dragon's body. At this moment, the horned dragon seemed to have no power to resist at all. As the green dragon's shadow passed through, the dragon's eyes became dull, and its body stopped in midair. It was as if the dragon's soul had been greatly affected. Little lion, it's over. In the vast sky there was a sea of scarlet fire. A gigantic red-bone horse monkey sat on the back of a red-bone demonic lion. Its spiritual eyes looked down, and golden light shone from its body. Its vast aura suppressed the heavens and earth. It grabbed the lion's mane with one hand and punched the lion's head with a force that could shatter the chaos. Bang! The light on the red-bone demon lion's head dimmed, and the lion's fierce eyes shrank, revealing a look of despair. Then, its head exploded in an instant. Everything happened too quickly. The half-saint lion, one of the top experts of the red-bone demon lion clan, had its soul destroyed just like that. The surrounding creatures were horrified, and their hair stood on end. The demon king Du Xiaofu was terrifying, and that little dragon was terrifying. At this moment, even the red-bone horse-ape was so tyrannical and savage. Whoosh! Demonic energy wreaked havoc as the huge demonic vulture flapped its wings, stirring up a storm. Its sharp claws tore through the void, and its sharp beak was like a hook as it dived towards Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse-ape. Clang clang, dazzling light and sparks flew in all directions. When the demonic vulture's sharp claws fell, the red-bone horse-ape's body emitted a golden light and turned into a huge five-fingered mountain. Dense, spiritual energy spread out, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth. The terrifying power was like a long rainbow, and in an instant, the sky was filled with golden talismans and mysterious runes. The aura was supreme. Whoosh! The demonic vulture's incomparably sharp claws, which could crush everything, landed on the five-fingered mountain, but it only brought about a lot of fluctuations of golden runes. Rumble! At the same time, the golden five-fingered mountain seemed to be able to crush everything and suppress all life in the world. It directly collided with the demonic vulture's body and suppressed it. The demonic vulture was forced to retreat, spitting out blood from its mouth, and its demonic energy dissipated. The profound is complete and flawless. It is infinitely perfect in the limited realm. Is this the saint realm? In the phantom of the golden-winged rock, Du Xiaofu fell into a short period of comprehension during the battle and was immersed in a wonderful state. Du Xiaofu spat out blood again. Under the impact of the huge killing intent of the Zhujian, he kept retreating. The light dimmed, and the shrunken 8 trigrams void diagram cracked again. Such an impact also made Du Xiaofu unable to immerse himself in comprehension. He woke up with a start, and his eyes surged with purplish golden light, becoming very bright in an instant. Bang bang! At this moment, little stars' 100-foot-long wings were like the wings of a phoenix, spreading blazing flames. Starlight flowed on the dragon's scales, accompanied by the domineering aura of the golden-winged rock clan, and a terrifying supreme aura swept across the sky, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The dragon claws under its belly fell on the sluggish horned dragon's head and tore it apart with a thunderous force. Rumble! Almost at the same time, a huge 5-fingered mountain appeared on the demonic vulture's body in the golden light. It was as if a divine mountain had fallen from the 9 heavens. The crushed demonic vulture's body fell straight down from the sky, spitting out large amounts of blood. The light on its body dimmed, and its demonic energy dissipated. Under the suppression of the 5-fingered mountain, the demonic vulture's body was finally crushed to the ground. Crack crack, the cracks on the ground spread out in all directions with the demonic vulture's body as the center. The earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Kacha! The 5-fingered mountain changed, and Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse monkey walked out. It stomped heavily on the demonic vulture's head, and the golden talisman runes surged out like golden lightning, crushing the demonic vulture's head. What a terrifying little dragon, what a terrifying red-bone horse monkey. These guys from the desolate country are too abnormal. How can there be such abnormal existences in this world? The entire place was shaken and stupefied. It was one thing for the Demon King to be so savage and terrifying. This little dragon was just as ferocious and terrifying as the red-bone horse monkey. It was 1 against 2, and each of them had killed 2 sage-to-be experts. In the sky, Huang Zhu's body, Zhu Jian, was spying on the battlefield from the corner of his eyes. The loss of the horned dragon, Ho Shi, Shemo, and Ingjiu caused great waves in Huang Zhu's heart. He was even more shocked that the red-bone horse monkey and the demonic vulture were so abnormal. Sky-trampling hooves! Without any hesitation, Huang Zhu shouted loudly. Terrifying divine power gushed out from his huge body. It contained the energy of heaven and earth, and fused with his will. His body shone resplendently, as if a divine fire was burning. It connected with heaven and earth, and was incomparably blazing, resonating with the sky. Chapter 2047. Boom! The Zhujian's hoof stomped out, and light overflowed into the sky. It became infinitely huge, as if it was stomping down from the 9 heavens. The terrifying energy fluctuation caused a deep pit to appear on the ground. The space was turbulent like waves, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread in all directions. Such a hoof caused the expressions of the creatures in the distance to change. Such a hoof was too terrifying. It created a phenomenon of heaven and earth. It was as if stars were shattering, mountains and rivers were turning into dust, and the void was distorting the heaven-trampling hoof, that old mount's innate ability, and also its strongest killing move. Feng Fenden couldn't help but speak. Under such a hoof, his beast soul also trembled. That old mount had already used its true killing move. Rumor has it that the Zhujian race had a peerless powerhouse who could compete with the supreme beast race. The heaven-trampling hoof can crush the stars in the world. Qi Xingchen spoke. He believed that, under the heaven-trampling hoof, he wouldn't be able to resist it with all his strength. The old lady of the golden-winged rock race floated in the air. Her eyes flickered with golden light as she watched everything closely. Such a hoof made her expression turn serious. Du Xiaofu also felt the terror of that hoof. Even his soul in his Naiwen palace was throbbing. Roar, almost subconsciously, Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the purple-gold heavenly tower appeared in his palm again. With a rumble, resplendent runes appeared in the air. He slashed out with his sword, and phantoms of an azure dragon, a white tiger, a phoenix, and a black tortoise spiraled out. Such a sword was simple and neat, but there was an incomparably domineering aura that suddenly spread out from that sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the space almost collapsed, revealing a vacuum as it slashed towards that terrifying hoof. Vermilion bird burn. In the blink of an eye, little Xingqian's golden body appeared beside the purple-gold thunder rock that enveloped Du Xiaofu. They stood together, their wings spread, and their auras erupted. A resplendent seven-colored vermilion bird phantom appeared, and seven-colored divine light flooded the sky and the void. Such a vermilion bird phantom was too shocking. It was as if it had crossed time and space, causing the space to riot. It could suppress time and space, and there were monstrous seven-colored flames that burned the world. This is the vermilion bird's innate ability, my race's ability. The disciples of the Phoenix clan were boiling with excitement. That was the innate gift of the vermilion bird, the divine ability of the Phoenix. The pressure from the phantom had already caused the blood of the disciples of the Phoenix clan to burn, and their bloodline and divine souls trembled. The great calamity is coming. The vermilion bird has reappeared. Feng Finlian trembled. The pressure contained within the vermilion bird phantom made him want to prostrate himself. The pressure that came from his bloodline and soul was something he could not resist. He could only revere. Roar. At practically the exact same moment, the enormous body of a redbone horse monkey stood up in unison, and the inaction rebirth energy behind it rumbled like the sound of the heavens resounding out. A fist swept out in all directions, suppressing all living things, and it blasted explosively towards the Zhujian's hoof. The giant hooves trampled the heavens, intending to destroy everything. The sword aura shattered the heavens and the earth. Everywhere it passed, the ground exploded and turned into an abyss. The phantom of the vermilion bird burned the heavens, and its supreme beast might crushed the skies. The golden fist swept out in all directions, suppressing everything. Bang bang bang! The four energies collided together, and the thunderous explosion reverberated in the heavens, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. The pitch-black cracks in the void were swept away by the broken runes, and the violent energy surged out like a tsunami. After reaching a certain distance, it stopped. Chi-la-la, the four enormous bodies retreated amidst the violent energy. Du Xiaofu vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand shone, dripping with blood, and the purple-gold thunder rock behind him dimmed. Du Xiaoyao's mouth was also stained with blood. It was a wisp of golden liquid that condensed and did not dissipate, emitting a resplendent light. Little Xingxing's mouth was overflowing with blood. In his eyes, golden flames were burning, as if golden scarlet lightning was flickering. Deng deng, this time, Huang Zhu was also in a very sorry state. His enormous body staggered back in the void. Not only was his innate ability blocked, but there was also blood dripping from the soles of his feet like a bloody mist. The three energies did not allow Huang Zhu to gain the slightest advantage, and he was injured. His enormous eyes were filled with shock, and the light was as frightening as a knife. The crimson-gold mutant dragon, the redbone horse monkey, and the purple-gold thunder rock stood together in the void. Their vast power made countless people tremble. Everyone's expression stiffened. That enormous Zhu Jian was bleeding, and it did not gain the slightest advantage. Demon King Du Xiaofu, Redbone Horse Monkey Du Xiaoyao, and the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor. They are too strong. Many creatures gasped, and their faces were filled with shock. The three terrifying figures of the desolate country were too terrifying. Huang Zhu stood in the void, and the blood was no longer flowing from his soles. The enormous body of the Zhujian was emitting a resplendent light, like the sun. His eyes were fixed on the three enormous bodies in front of him. They had miscalculated. They originally wanted to catch the three of them in one fell swoop, and uproot the desolate country. However, at this moment, Huang Zhu realized that they had lost the best opportunity. The three terrifying juniors had grown to a frightening degree, and it would be difficult to eliminate them so easily. With the growth speed of the three juniors, it would not take long for them to crush legalism. It was a mistake. Those idiots from legalism deserved to die. Huang Zhu looked at Du Xiaofu and said. He was sighing. Legalism could not tolerate such a junior back then, and sent him to his death. If such a junior was a disciple of legalism, and was used by legalism, then the 9 great clans, including the Phoenix clan and the Dragons, would not be able to contend against legalism. Unfortunately, everything had come to this point. He should have been a peerless genius of legalism, but now, he was the biggest threat to legalism. In the future, this junior would be able to destroy legalism, and uproot the foundation of legalism. Child, you are the most talented junior I have ever seen in my life. I'm afraid you are even stronger than your sister Xiaojing. Huang Zhu's colossal body made its way towards Du Xiaofu. His expression suddenly became gentle, and he smiled. It was filled with determination and determination. He said slowly, I'm old, and I don't have much longer to live. It's a pity that I haven't touched upon this final step even in death. Before I die, let me do one last thing for the school of legalism. As his voice faded, Huang Zhu's enormous Zhujian body burst out with auspicious light, like a burning flame. An astonishing energy fluctuation swept across the void, and the void trembled. Old thing, come at me. Little Xing Xing was fearless. He flapped his wings, and the aura of a supreme beast surged. He wanted to contend against Huang Zhu again. There's something wrong with this old guy. Du Xiaoyao's golden spirit eyes changed color as he felt something was wrong. It's too late, no one can stop me. With the strength of my oil lamp, I will eliminate you all and eliminate the threat of legalism. I won't let down my master's kindness. In an instant, Huang Zhu's enormous body had already arrived. The radiance on his body was extremely bright, and the runes were like ripples spreading out. It was as if a tsunami was going to drown everything. Chapter 2048. All of a sudden, Huang Zhu's gigantic Zhujian's body began to swell. Its aura was wild and violent, causing the void to tremble and the mountains below to explode inch by inch. It was a terrifying sight to behold. On the gigantic Zhujian's body, mysterious runes were channeling the energy of heaven and earth, causing its aura to skyrocket. It carried with it holy will as it swept down from the sky. Du Xiaofu was shocked. He shouted at Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing, "This old fellow is going to self-destruct. Be careful. Xiaofu, be careful." At the same time, the old lady's expression changed drastically. Her eyes shone with golden light as she dashed out. "Old friend, it's too late. Trust me, they'll be fine." However, at this moment, such a voice was heard. A skinny old man appeared in front of the old lady who was about to rush out. This Zhujian has burned its life force and ignited the profound meaning in its body to self-destruct. You won't be able to escape unscathed. If old Tortoise says it'll be fine, then it'll be fine. At the same time, a skinny and tall figure landed beside the old lady, Garuda Mola. This was an old man. However, his skinny face was ruddy. Under his faint eyebrows, a pair of benevolent eyes shone with golden light. The old man was dressed in a long golden robe embroidered with the pattern of golden wings of a great roc. The golden light was faintly discernible, as if it was about to flap its wings and fly out. His aura was restrained, but for some reason, it made the living creatures around him feel oppressed. Everything happened too quickly. When the two old men appeared, the aura of Huang Zhu's real body, Zhu Jian, also rose to the peak. His body seemed to have expanded. Space cracks that made people's hearts palpitate appeared in the surrounding space at the same time. Exchanging my withered body for your lives, it's not a loss at all. As he spoke, Zhu Jian's swollen body suddenly exploded. A terrifying muffled sound reverberated in the sky. Rumble, the space exploded, shooting out a blinding light. A monstrous force spread out, blasting a huge deep hole in the entire space. A series of spatial cracks spread out in the sky. These were not spatial ripples, but spatial cracks that had materialized. Dark, deep, and palpitating light permeated the air. Roar! However, at the same time, an ink-black light gushed out from the center of the explosion. It seemed like an illusion, yet it also seemed like a material object. It transformed into an enormous tortoise shell that erupted with resplendent black light and surged with the might of a supreme beast. Boom! A golden five-fingered mountain appeared at the same time, emitting boundless golden light and surging pressure. It was like a long rainbow, and golden talisman markings that covered the sky were released, as if they could crush and suppress everything in the world. Rumble! Purple electric arcs filled the sky, and a domineering destructive pressure swept out. The void was suddenly filled with purple thunderclouds, and a three-legged cauldron occupied the void. It seemed to fuse with the huge ink-black tortoise shell and the huge five-fingered mountain peak. The terrifying energy seemed to overturn the heavens, shatter the heavens, and destroy the earth. Everything in its path was destroyed. Feng Fenshen, Qi Xingchen, and the other powerhouses looked at each other. They formed hand seals at the same time, and each of them drew upon the energy of heaven and earth. Profound energy surged, and they immediately formed a huge, invisible circle of light that protected the juniors of the Phoenix clan, the school of Yin Yang, and the others. Back off quickly! The powerhouses of the other forces shouted and moved together. They blocked the destructive aftershocks that swept through the void, forcing the young disciples to back off again. Whoosh! Terrifying energy runes blotted out the sky and swept out. Although many people tried to defend against it, the terrifying energy overturned the space and exploded the void. Many people were swept up by the aftershocks and suffered heavy injuries. There were even some creatures that suffered unexpected disasters. The terrifying commotion only calmed down after a while. That old mount's self-destruction has ignited its profound. Even a true Saint Realm powerhouse would not dare to take it head-on. Powerhouses like Feng Fenshen and Qi Xingchen looked at each other as they watched the shattered void that was slowly recovering. If they had taken that terrifying self-destruction head-on, the result would have been obvious. It was unlikely that they would have been able to escape. Not to mention them, even the true Saint Realm powerhouses would not have dared to take it head-on. The old lady, Jialo Maluo, had a serious look in her eyes. She frowned as she stared at the chaotic void. That old mount's self-destruction was comparable to that of a true Saint Realm powerhouse. It was too terrifying. Beside the old lady, the thin elder's eyes flashed with a faint golden light as he looked at the chaotic void. The chaotic and shattered void was recovering. A purple three-legged thunder cauldron appeared, and a golden five-fingered mountain peak appeared in the sky. A crimson golden dragon swept out from under the huge turtle shell. The purple thunder cauldron, the golden five-fingered mountain peak, and the huge turtle shell were extremely dim. They then retracted and turned into three figures that appeared in the void. The three figures spat out blood at the same time. They were Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaofu. That bastard is really ruthless. At this moment, Du Xiaoyao's golden clothes were torn in places. His aura was chaotic, his hair was messy, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His golden spirit eyes were filled with anger. Du Xiaoyao's injuries were not light. He knew that if the three of them had not joined forces to defend, he would not have been able to withstand that old mount's self-destruction alone. That old man, humph! Little Xingxing pouted as blood flowed from his mouth. He was also injured, but he was much better than Du Xiaoyao. It seemed that under the impact of that terrifying power, she was only injured. Du Xiaofu was the most miserable at this moment. His body was already cracked, dripping with blood, and the gaping holes were even more serious now. He was extremely weak and dispirited. Du Xiaofu looked up and put the purple thunder profound cauldron back into his body. That old mount's self-destruction was too terrifying, and he still had lingering fears. Just now, he had joined forces with Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the purple thunder profound cauldron to barely withstand it. However, the three of them were also injured. If they had taken it on by themselves, even with the purple thunder profound cauldron, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gosh, they're fine. They're still alive. Those three are too strong. They're all freaks. When the crowd looked at the three bodies in horror, they immediately boiled over. That kind of self-destruction that could destroy everything was unable to do anything to the three of them. If that terrifying Zhu Jian of legalism was still alive at this moment and knew that its self-destruction did not have the result it wanted, its expression would probably be very good. Boom! Suddenly, the sky trembled as a vast wave of energy shook the 9 heavens. A palm print stretched out from the depths of the sky. Resplendent runes shone, causing a strange phenomenon to appear in the sky. Within the palm print, the shadow of stars appeared. There were ferocious beasts roaring and ferocious birds flapping their wings. The momentum was unparalleled. It was as if a side of the world had descended and directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao. Chapter 2049. The sudden appearance of the palm made all the living beings present, including the super-experts, tremble in fear. Saint Realm, this is a true Saint Realm expert. A cultivator exclaimed in surprise. Such terrifying power was as if a part of the world was falling. This was the attack of a true Saint Plane cultivator. A true Saint Realm expert had entered the heavenly devil battlefield. Legalism, old bastard, get out of my way! Suddenly, a voice pierced through the clouds and cracked the stones, rolling like thunder. Everyone was stunned, almost thinking that they had heard wrongly. Someone was actually disregarding a Saint Realm expert and telling him to get out of their way. However, something even more shocking happened. Just as the terrifying palm print fell, the sky was filled with golden light. It was as if a golden ocean had emerged from the void. Golden spatial ripples rose like tides. Whoosh! The wings of a golden-winged rock appeared, like a golden torrent hanging in the sky, covering the sun. Golden talisman patterns flickered, emitting a blazing light, carrying an incomparably domineering and fierce aura. The ferocious aura spread, causing the sky to tremble, causing everyone to tremble in fear. This is the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock race. Countless living beings were shocked. The pressure radiating from the golden-winged Great Peng's wings made the surrounding beasts want to prostrate themselves on the ground. Compared to the aura of the Saint Martial Realm cultivators, the golden-winged Great Peng's aura was even more domineering. When these two attacks collided, it was as if two worlds were colliding, shaking the runes that filled the sky. The sky trembled violently, as if the world was about to be destroyed, drowning everything. The terrifying palm was blocked in the void, and a thin and tall old man appeared silently beside Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man beside him in shock. The old man's thin face was ruddy, and his eyes were bright. Golden light rippled, and the golden robe on his body was embroidered with the pattern of the golden-winged rock. It was like a living creature, about to flap its wings and fly out, its aura domineering. "Greetings, grandfather." In an instant Du Xiaofu bowed respectfully. The aura of the elder in front of him made his rock blood boil. Although Du Xiaofu had only seen the elder's true form before, He recognized the elder's identity. The elder in front of him was the grandfather of the golden-winged great rocks, a saint of the golden-winged great rocks. Ha 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 ha, well done. You are the descendant of the golden rocks after all. The elder laughed out loud. His voice was like thunder as it rolled out in all directions. He couldn't help but feel happy. Child, quickly heal your injuries. With him here, everything will be fine. The old lady also arrived by Du Xiaofu's side. She had already stuffed a large amount of treasured herbs into Du Xiaofu's hands. She did not forget about little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao. However, when she saw Du Xiaofu's body that was riddled with cracks and wounds, she felt extremely pained. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother. Little Xingxing took the treasured herbs from the old lady and stuffed them into his mouth. His mouth was full of multicolored light as he bowed to the two elders. Not bad, not bad. Great-grandfather will give you a greeting gift later. The elder looked at little Xingxing with surprise in his eyes. How could he not detect the aura of the golden-winged great rocks on little Xingxing's body? He was surprised and happy at the same time. He had gained an extraordinary grandson for free. Now, he even had a great-grandson. The golden-winged great rocks were going to prosper. That's a saint of the golden-winged great rocks. He's also here. It seems that saints are allowed to enter the heavenly devil battlefield. The one who launched the sneak attack just now seemed to be a legalism saint. Are the saints going to fight? It's going to be an earth-shattering battle. The surrounding creatures cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. Boom! In the depths of the void there was a shocking aura. The vast aura was like the birth of a fiend god. A resplendent figure slowly appeared. The surroundings were resplendent, making him look like a god. The surrounding creatures couldn't help but feel a pressure from the depths of their souls, making them want to bow down and worship him. However, at this moment, the godlike figure had an ugly expression. Anger surged in his eyes as he stared straight at the old man who had attacked the golden-winged great rocks. He said, "Jalobatian, that brat killed so many of my legalism's experts. You have to give me an explanation today." It's him. Du Xiaofu recognized the newcomer. The figure in the void was the Saint Martial Realm expert of the legalism. He had been ravaged by Fu Yibai before. It was him who had launched a sneak attack on him again. Explanation? You really do have to give me an explanation. Jalobatian stared at the figure in the depths of the void. As his voice fell, the golden robe on his body shone. The golden wings of the great rocks fluttered as if they were about to fly out. With a wave of his sleeve, a handprint surged out from the void. The golden light that filled the sky shook the void. With an incomparably domineering momentum, it instantly slapped in front of the legalism Saint Martial Realm expert. The legalism Saint Martial Realm expert's expression changed. It seemed that he hadn't expected Jalobatian to attack without warning. He quickly collided with a fist print, causing the void to rumble and shake. Rumble, the two collided in an instant. A pitch-black spatial hole exploded in the depths of the void. Dazzling runes bloomed like a dazzling sun. Thud thud, the legalism Saint Martial Realm expert took several steps back. His expression became more and more unsightly. He said, "Jalobatian, what is the meaning of this? You dared to touch the people of the golden-winged great rock. After I destroy you, I will destroy your legalism. This is the explanation you should give me," Jalobatian said. His aura was domineering. He had no intention of stopping. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. His figure swept out, golden light surging. A claw print stretched out from the void and directly grabbed at the legalism Saint Martial Realm expert. The legalism had repeatedly sent experts to deal with his grandson. This time, there were many half-saints joining forces to besiege him. How could Jalobatian endure this? If it weren't for the mysterious Fu Yibai and the mysterious crazy Ol intervening last time, he would have already attacked. At this moment, even this Saint Martial Realm expert was launching a second sneak attack. This aroused Jalobatian's murderous intent. No one had ever dared to provoke the golden-winged great rocks like this. Crackle, with this claw, the void was crushed. The mountain range below cracked, and the distant mountain peaks were also crumbling. The earth split open, and the void collapsed. This scene shocked everyone. The domineering aura made the hearts of all living creatures tremble. It was as if something was grabbing at their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. This was the power of a Saint Martial Realm expert. Just the aura alone was enough to make them unable to resist. Jalobatian, you've gone too far. The legalism Saint Martial Realm expert shouted. He was furious as he watched Huang Zhu self-destruct while the kid and the other two were intact. He wanted to take action to solve the problem, but who would have thought that Jalobatian was one step ahead of him? Chapter 2050. The claw was already in front of him, and he couldn't dodge it. His entire body glowed as if stars were falling from the sky. A beast roared like thunder, and another fist punched out. This punch shook the sky, and mysterious runes rushed out. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Rumble, a large area of space exploded, and the legalism Saint Martial Realm cultivator was pushed back again, the void behind him crumbling inch by inch. The legalism Saint Martial Realm cultivator seems to be hard to resist. They're all saints. The golden-winged great rocks live up to their name. They're a supreme beast clan. This scene shocked everyone. Some people whispered, and some people's mouths went dry. The attack of a Saint Martial Realm cultivator could shatter the void and destroy the earth with a simple gesture. It was shocking. Jalobatian, do you really think the golden-winged great rocks are invincible? Do you think you can fight against us alone? A voice like a dragon's roar resounded through the void. At the same time, a sea of clouds rolled in the depths of the sky, and flames spread. An enormous dragon of immeasurable length appeared in the distance. The dragon's body was hidden in the depths of the sea of clouds, and its claws tore through the void. Its entire body was covered in crimson flames. Its ferocious head was corrosive, and its dragon eyes were like red black holes that could swallow the world. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Dragons of the Saint Martial Realm. This is a saint dragon. The appearance of such a dragon was indescribably huge, and all the creatures couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Roar, such a huge dragon seemed to have descended from the sky, and its dragon breath turned into a storm. Its claws tore through the sky, and the flames were like heavenly fire descending. In an instant, it swept down, and the space crumbled inch by inch as it attacked Jalobatian. It's been a long time since I've exercised my old bones. The ancient voice seemed to come from ancient times, and a rumbling sound rose from the void. A dazzling ink-black rune swept out, filled with the mysteries of heaven and earth. It brought with it strands of chaotic chi, destroying the crimson flames that filled the sky. An ink-black beam of light shattered the dragon's claws that tore through the void. Ao! Under the terrifying energy, the giant dragon was forced back. The dragon's roar was deafening, and waves appeared in its huge eyes. It looked in a certain direction and said angrily, "Xian Gu, what is the meaning of this? My meaning is clear. There are some people that even dragons can't touch." A thin elder spoke from where the giant dragon was looking down. What was strange was that there was a giant tortoise shadow behind him. Behind him, there was an imposing pressure. Its terrifying aura was much stronger than that of the giant red flame dragon. It's the legendary senior Xian Gu, that ancient giant turtle. The eyes of some of the elders from the great powers trembled. They had heard of such a gigantic tortoise before. It had shaken mountains and rivers, created legends, and once dominated the world. They never thought that it would appear here, and it seemed to be supporting the desolate country. "Old man, you're here too?" Little Xingxing looked at the skinny figure, and a smile appeared on her pale face. She was saved by him back then, and knew his identity. Greetings, young mistress. Facing little Xingxing, the old man called Xian Gu crossed the void and bowed in front of her. He was very respectful. Such a scene not only shocked the countless creatures in the surroundings, but even Jialo Batian, Jialo Maluo, Qi Xingchen and the others were astonished. They knew Xian Gu's identity the best. In the current world, he was definitely one of the most ancient existences, and his strength was absolutely terrifying. However, such an ancient existence was so respectful to little Xingxing. How could it not be shocking? Many gazes fell on little Xingxing. They had no choice but to re-evaluate little Xingxing. Just what was the identity of such a heaven-defying dragon? In the entire place, perhaps only Du Xiaofu, Feng Fenchen, Huang Ling and a few others knew why such an ancient existence was so respectful to little Xingxing. If the identity of this little guy were to spread, it would be enough to shake the 9 heavens. Boom! Quietly, a flame burned from the void in the distance and quietly appeared on this ancient land. The flame was very illusory. It was not an open flame, but it burned the void until it was blurry. In the middle of the blurry flame, a figure stood in the middle of the void. His vast aura was not inferior to that of the giant dragon and the Saint Martial Realm expert of legalism. School of vertical and horizontal. Du Xiaofu faced the figure that appeared. It was not the first time they met. Back in the Chen Huang mainland, they were ambushed halfway, and the expert of the school of Yin Yang intervened to save them. This person was among them. It was the sacred ancestor of the school of vertical and horizontal, an expert of the Saint Martial Realm. Oh my God, another expert of the Saint Martial Realm! Experts of the Saint Martial Realm are the most powerful existences in the current world. The creatures in the distance were shocked. The aura that spread out was enough to make all of them tremble. The pressure of a Saint Martial Realm expert made people want to worship him. Du Xiaofu looked up and narrowed his eyes. It was a pity that he could not fight a Saint Martial Realm expert head-on. A Saint Martial Realm expert was indescribably strong. Even with his current cultivation, Du Xiaofu deeply felt that he was insignificant and inadequate in the face of such an expert. It's these 3 again. Ha ha! Jialo Batian's face was full of disdain and arrogance. His long robe billowed and golden light rippled. Long time no see, old friends. How have you been? A faint voice was heard, and a bright moon appeared at the end of the void. Everyone trembled and looked carefully. The moon was not a real moon, but a mass of light wrapped around a moving figure. Its aura was hazy and vast. The moon saint is here. When the moon-like figure appeared, the 7 stars of the school of Yin Yang broke. Qi Yeshi and the others were stunned and then excited. Yeshi greets the Moon Saint. Greetings! Greetings, Moon Saint! Qi Yeshi's eyes rippled as she and the disciples of the school of Yin Yang bowed. Haha, long time no see, old friend. Jialo Batian looked at the hazy figure and smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to come. What a surprise, said Xiangu. I'm here to see my old friend. As the faint voice was heard, the graceful figure appeared in the void. Her face was beautiful and mysterious. Her long robe billowed, and her entire body was covered in a hazy radiance that made people unable to see her clearly. Her aura made the void tremble for no reason. She looked at the 3 divine ancestors of the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and said indifferently, "It seems to be very lively here." Seeing the Moon Saint who had suddenly appeared, the 3 divine ancestors of the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons all looked gloomy. Jialo Batian and Xian Gu were not to be trifled with, but the Moon Saint in front of them had fought with the 3 of them not long ago. They had not gained any advantage over the 3 of them. Chapter 2051. I didn't expect this place to be so lively already. When these words were heard, a rainbow-colored light descended from the direction where the Moon Saint had just come from. Accompanied by a blazing aura, a 5-colored flaming figure descended from the void. It was surrounded by a hazy and blazing phoenix phantom. The aura of the supreme beast clan made the souls of living creatures tremble, and the demonic beasts prostrated themselves before it. Greetings, sacred ancestor. Huang Ling Zixian, Feng Han, Huang Wu, and the other disciples of the Phoenix clan bowed happily. Even Feng Fenshen lowered his head respectfully, a smile appearing on his face. This was the arrival of a sacred beast expert of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan was now a force to be reckoned with in the heavenly devil battlefield. Everyone, long time no see. I'm happy to be able to see all of you while I'm still alive. It's been 10,000 years since we last met. How are all of you doing? Ba, everyone is doing well. Boundless heavenly sovereign, I'm happy to see a friend. 5 such voices spread out of nowhere, and 5 figures appeared in the depths of the void. They were dazzling, like the bright moon and the sun in the sky, bringing with them strange phenomena, as if gods had descended. There was Buddhist light spreading out, Taoist light spreading out, the aura of gods and devils fluctuating, and an ancient aura descending from the void. These 5 figures brought with them 4 terrifying auras, crushing those creatures who were not strong enough. Their faces had long turned red, and there were people who fell from the sky one after another, prostrating themselves in worship. They did not even have the qualifications to stand in the sky together with the 5 figures. Greetings, sacred ancestor. Voices rose and fell. Among the living beings watching from afar, there were disciples of Taoism and Buddhism who appeared and bowed. There were disciples of the school of agriculture, school of Confucianism, and school of Moism who bowed. Among the 5 people, there was one of their sacred ancestors. The arrival of these terrifying auras made Du Xiaofu's body tremble, and his spirit rippled. Each of these people was a true sacred realm expert. They were the most powerful beings in the world, and any one of them had probably lived for a long time. They're all here. Du Xiaofu recognized the identities of the saint stage experts in the sky from the terrifying aura and the reactions of the disciples of the various major forces. The 5 saint realm experts came from the school of Taoism, the school of Buddhism, the school of agriculture, the school of Confucianism, and the school of Moism. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's pale face. Apart from Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, school of agriculture, and school of Moism had always given him a lot of convenience. They were friends, not enemies. Who dared to touch a member of my heavenly snake clan? Get out here. Who dares to touch the people of my demon vulture clan? Do you want to die? Those who touch my famous clan will have their souls destroyed. While Du Xiaofu was thinking, 3 gloomy and furious voices echoed in the air. There was a fishy smell, and a huge black snake appeared in the sky. It was unknown how long it was, and half of its body was hidden in the sea of clouds high in the sky. Its scarlet tongue flickered, and its aura was so powerful that it made living creatures tremble. A huge demon vulture appeared beside the giant snake, and its demonic aura billowed. It spread its wings and covered the sky, and its power was no less than that of the giant black snake. There was a hazy figure, and the void around it rumbled, causing a strange phenomenon, and a fierce wind whistled. Although this figure appeared extremely small in front of the giant snake and the demon vulture, the aura on his body was even stronger than the demon vulture and the giant snake that blotted out the sky. Do the famous clan, the heavenly snake clan, and the demon vulture clan also have sacred beasts? Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. The arrival of the famous clan's Saint Realm experts was within Du Xiaofu's expectations, but the Heavenly Snake clan and the Demon Vulture clan also had Saint Realm experts, which surprised Du Xiaofu a little. The Heavenly Snake clan and the Demon Vulture clan are not simple, and they have inherited from ancient times. However, the strength of these 2 Saint Realm experts is average, and the strength of the Saint Realm experts is also different. Old Granny Jalomola saw Du Xiaofu's surprised expression and seemed to have guessed what Du Xiaofu was thinking. She then smiled and continued to transmit her voice to Du Xiaofu's ear, saying, "With your grandfather and Xian Gu here, and the Yinyang school taking care of you, the Moon Saint will not stand by and do nothing. As long as the three of them are here, no one will be able to touch you today." Du Xiaofu nodded to the old granny, and he was not too worried. The group of Saint Realm experts appeared at the same time and stood in the void like gods descending, shocking the world and making all living beings tremble and worship them. With the sharp senses of his spirit, Du Xiaofu could indeed feel the difference in the strength of the group of Saint Realm experts. From the old granny's words, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to guess that his cheap grandfather, Xian Gu, and the Moon Saint were the most ancient and powerful experts. Demon Vulture Clan, Heavenly Snake Clan, Famous Clan, so what if I touch you? Jalobatian stood in the sky. As the three Saint Realm experts from the Demon Vulture Clan, Heavenly Snake Clan, and Famous Clan appeared, they waved their sleeves and golden light rippled in the sky. The figure of a golden winged rock appeared in the void, and its domineering will crushed the sky. It's Jalobatian. The Heavenly Snake Clan, Demon Vulture Clan, and the Famous Clan Saint all paled when they saw Jalobatian, and deep fear surged in their eyes. Rumble! The void trembled and lightning flashed. An ancient figure appeared. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void around him. His aura was terrifying and overflowing. It was very intimidating. Everyone's gaze immediately landed on the ancient figure. It was clearly another Saint Realm expert who had arrived. How lively! I'll just watch the show. You guys continue. Looking at the powerful figures around the void, the ancient figure's eyes rippled. He glanced at the scene and stood to the side, showing no intention of interfering. Boom! Rumble! The void in the distance trembled, and several extremely powerful and obscure auras spread out, entrenched in the distance, showing no intention of approaching. Are they all here? The old granny looked at the void in the distance, and golden light rippled in her eyes. Another Saint Realm expert. Du Xiaofu also looked at the void in the distance. From the auras that spread out, it was not difficult to guess that there were several Saint Realm experts. The 9 great clans and the dragons and phoenixes are not the only saints in the world. There are too many secrets in this world, and the eternal tomb is related to the ancient times. These hidden old people have all come out looking for a last chance. The old granny spoke in a low voice, as if she was speaking to Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao. Many godlike figures stood in the void, and a terrifying aura invisibly made all the living beings in the world silent. They did not even dare to raise their heads, and they prostrated themselves in worship. This was a group of Saint Realm experts, and they had gathered in a short time. The figures were also sizing each other up, each with a profound look in their eyes. Chapter 2052. Back then, the great calamity shattered the stars and the mighty died. Now, the eternal tomb is about to open. Let's fight it together. An ancient voice rang out from Xian Gu's mouth, reverberating through the frozen space. A terrifying aura seemed to have transcended time and space, causing the expressions of many Saint Realm experts present to change. In the void, the ancestors of legalism, dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, school of famous, and other saints looked around. Their eyes swept over Jalobatian, Moon Saint, Xian Gu, the Phoenix Clan, Confucianism, and Moism. Their faces were gloomy and ugly. Whoosh! The 4 figures didn't hesitate much and retreated from the void. The huge demon eagle blotted out the sky, and the giant serpent also disappeared quietly in the sky. Their power slowly receded. The vast auras in the distance also disappeared into the horizon. They left quickly. Jalobatian shook his hands and stood with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be disappointed that the saints of legalism and other saints had left. Amitba, the eternal tomb is reminiscing with you. A Buddhist voice came out, and a figure wrapped in golden light left. I didn't expect that old monk to still be alive. The old lady, Jalomola, looked at the leaving figure. There was a flicker in her eyes. If it hadn't been for the accident, you would only be above that old monk, Xian Gu said softly, sensing the look in the old lady's eyes. Back then, it was all. Jalobatian looked at the old lady beside him. There was a look of regret on his face. There was a hint of gentleness in his overbearing temperament. No need to say more. We have no choice. The old lady smiled at Jalobatian, interrupting him. There will be a chance in the eternal tomb, Jalobatian said. His eyes were resolute and golden light flashed like lightning. Xian Gu glanced at Jalobatian and the old lady, Jalomola, and said, "Don't be so lovey-dovey at your age. The eternal tomb is about to open. Let the little ones heal first." Hearing that, Jalobatian rolled his eyes at Xian Gu. Then he said to Du Xiaofu, "Kid, can you take it?" "I can take it. I won't die." On Du Xiaofu's deathly pale face, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. After consuming a large amount of precious medicine, and under the effect of the immortal Xian body, his injuries were already slowly healing. However, these injuries were too severe. The injuries left behind by a Saint Realm expert were not easy to heal. "Well done, as expected of my grandson, Jalobatian." Jalobatian laughed. His huge palm slapped Du Xiaofu's shoulder, almost causing the extremely weak Du Xiaofu to fall from the sky. "Are you shameless? This brat is clearly a human. He has nothing to do with you." Xian Gu's leisurely eyes rolled at Jalobatian as he spoke bluntly. "He cultivates the cultivation technique of the great golden-winged rock clan. The bones and blood in his body belong to the great golden-winged rock clan. How can it have nothing to do with me? You are just jealous." Jalobatian didn't care about Xian Gu's words. No matter what, he had already set his mind on this grandson. No one could take him away. "Haha, greetings, saints." There were a total of 4 experts who had arrived. One of them was an old woman dressed like a peasant woman. Her hair was white and she wore plain clothes with flowery shoes. Her appearance couldn't be more ordinary. However, on her aged face, her eyes were as deep as the sea. One of them was a Taoist in his 50s. His Taoist robe seemed to be old, revealing a simple and unadorned taste. His hair was combed into a high bun, and his face was ruddy, as if he always had a smile on his face. One of them was a middle-aged Confucian scholar. His clothes were elegant, and his temperament was extraordinary. The last one was an old man in a loose robe. His figure was small and thin, but the space around him was faintly distorted. These 4 people had restrained their auras. The light dissipated, but they still gave off an incomparably powerful feeling. Du Xiaofu sized up these 4 people. His mind had just swept out when it disappeared without a trace, like a stone thrown into the sea. Too strong. The difference between a Saint Realm expert and a half-step Saint Realm expert is like heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu was startled. These 4 people were too powerful. It was simply impossible to spy on them. In an instant, the 4 people's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu. They carefully sized him up and their expressions changed. Then, they didn't let go of Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing. They secretly wiped the fluctuations on their bodies. "You're the little demon king? You really live up to your reputation." The old man in a loose robe stared at Du Xiaofu. He carefully sized him up, and his eyes were shining. "The new generation excels the old. It's really extraordinary." The old woman dressed like a peasant woman, the 50 Taoists, and the middle-aged Confucian scholar were all looking at Du Xiaofu, their eyes rippling with emotions. They had already learned what had just happened from the sound transmission of their disciples. 9 half-step saints had been killed by these 3 little guys. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, had killed 4 of them alone. The self-detonation of the last sage-to-be couldn't do anything to these 3 abnormal guys. How heaven-defying was this? How could they not be shocked? "I'm sorry for my rudeness. Greetings to the 4 seniors." Du Xiaofu saluted. Although his primordial spirit spying was unintentional, it was absolutely impolite. If these 4 Saint Realm experts had deliberately made things difficult for him, it would have been enough to make his primordial spirit look bad. Du Xiaofu could also guess their identities from the concealed auras of these 4 Saint Realm experts. They were the Saint Realm experts of the School of Agriculture, the School of Taoism, the School of Confucianism, and the School of Moism. No need to be so polite. The 4 Saint Realm experts looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. They didn't act arrogantly. This young man had the golden-winged rock clan behind him. The existence of Xian Gu and the others was enough for them to value him. More importantly, they knew that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, would break through to the Saint Realms soon if he continued like this. Moreover, there was a group of abnormal young people following him. They didn't dare to underestimate him. They couldn't ignore him. Little Xingxing, how are your injuries? From the direction of the Phoenix clan, a blazing aura instantly appeared beside Little Xingxing. Then, an old man walked out. His brocade clothes were fluctuating with flame runes. The patterns on his long sleeves were like the wings of a phoenix. He had an extraordinary temperament and was filled with a supreme aura. It's a bit heavy. Do you have any panacea? Give me some to heal my injuries. Looking at the old man who had suddenly appeared, Little Xingxing seemed to know him. He didn't show any courtesy at all. Hearing Little Xingxing's words, the old man was speechless. The bitter smile froze on his face. Then, he couldn't help but squeeze out a helpless smile. He waved his hand and took out a pill from his cosmos bag. A monstrous light fluctuated from his palm. A rich medicinal fragrance immediately spread out, causing the void to change color faintly. Chapter 2053. Amidst the light, the pill screeched. A phoenix shadow flapped its wings like a living creature, trying to break free from the Phoenix clan's divine ancestors' control. A quasi-saint grade pill. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. The rich fragrance and energy waves of the pill gave him a closer look. Although the pill had not reached the saint grade, it was definitely not far from it. This healing pill isn't too far away from the saint grade. It'll bring you a lot of benefits. Take it. The Phoenix clan's divine ancestor handed the pill to Little Xingxing. There was a pained look on his face. Although such a pill had not reached the saint grade, it was enough to make a saint grade expert's heart ache. Make do. Little Xingxing did not stand on ceremony at all. After taking the pill, he immediately handed it to Du Xiaofu. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who was covered in wounds, he looked worried and said, "Father, I'm fine. Take this pill quickly." "Take it. I have a way to heal you." Du Xiaofu patted Little Xingxing's little head. He knew that although Little Xingxing's physical defense was abnormal, he must be seriously injured from the injuries just now. Although his own injuries were more serious, Du Xiaofu hoped that Little Xingxing would recover as soon as possible. Besides, he had taken many precious pills and had not refined them yet. With the immortal Xian body, his injuries would heal sooner or later. "You really don't need it?" Little Xingxing was a little worried. She could see that Du Xiaofu's injuries were extremely serious. "No need." Du Xiaofu smiled and said softly, "Why didn't anyone ask me? I'm also injured, okay?" Du Xiaoyao pouted. Her eyes were already fixed on the quasi-saint grade pill that Little Xingxing was injured with. "You're fine." As Little Xingxing spoke, he felt Du Xiaoyao's gaze on him. He immediately stuffed the pill into his mouth. He did not want Du Xiaoyao to snatch it away. The little guy is too stingy. Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Little Xingxing. "Xiaofu, hurry up and heal yourself. Grandma will protect you." Granny Garuda was worried about Du Xiaofu's injuries. "I'll have to trouble Grandma to take care of the children of the desolate country." Du Xiaofu nodded. Indeed, they needed immediate treatment. "Don't worry, just focus on recuperating. Grandpa is here," Jialo Batian said. "The eternal tomb is about to open. Let's go ahead and take a look." When the time comes, we can take care of each other. The sacred ancestors of the Confucian school, Taoist school, Mahist school, and the school of agriculture left with their disciples. However, the Phoenix clan did not leave. Little Star was not willing to leave, and the Phoenix clan's divine ancestor did not intend to leave either. Xian Gu also seemed to want to guard little Xingxing. Father, Sister Xingxing. A young child's voice rang out clearly. A 4 or 5-year-old girl ran out of the void and pounced directly at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu could only hold the little girl in his arms. His pale face was a little stunned. Father, are your injuries serious? Does it hurt? Under the little girl's long eyelashes, a pair of beautiful eyes were bright and lively. At this moment, she frowned and looked at Du Xiaofu with a pained expression. Du Xiaofu sized up the little girl. From her aura, he already knew her identity. However, this daughter of his left Du Xiaofu scratching his head. The little girl has your essence blood in her body. She was influenced by you and was able to transform. In this world, she only has you as her family. Come. A voice that sounded like the sound of nature was heard, and a woman in a purple dress walked over. She had a curvaceous and alluring figure, and she looked like a fairy that didn't belong to the mortal world. It was Zi Xian. So, Du Xiaofu stared at the little girl in his arms. This was the transformed paragon Ant Phoenix. Back then, that little fellow had successfully transformed. Before the old Ant Emperor died, he handed the little fellow over to Du Xiaofu. In this world, this little girl truly didn't have any relatives left. Everyone's gazes landed on Du Xiaofu and the little girl. From the aura that emanated from the little girl's body, how could the experts present not sense that the little girl was extraordinary? This guy, Feng Fenchen, was a little hesitant. It was fine if Little Star called the Demon King father, but he knew the little girl's identity. She was the sovereign Ant Phoenix. Although it was not as famous as the rumors, it was still a terrifying existence. Once it was born, it would be enough to shock the world. Originally, the Phoenix clan wanted to keep the sovereign Ant Phoenix in the clan. The sovereign Ant Phoenix had a great relationship with the Phoenix clan. It had the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, and it was not an ordinary bloodline. However, how could Feng Fenchen not see that the sovereign Ant Phoenix could not be kept in the Phoenix clan? It was obvious that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had taken her away. Father, it's fine. It doesn't hurt. Du Xiaofu looked at the little girl and revealed a smile. He felt very helpless in his heart. He hadn't married yet, but he had 2 daughters, and they weren't ordinary daughters either. He asked, "What's your name?" Mother said that she was waiting for Father to name me. I have been waiting to see Father. The little girl was very happy. She seemed very excited. You want me to name you? Du Xiaofu glanced at Zishuan beside him. Then, he looked at the little girl in his arms. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's call you Little Phoenix. Du Xiaowang." Du Xiaowang, I have a name in the future. I am so happy. The little girl cheered excitedly. She said to little Xingxing, "Sister Xingxing, I have a name. I will be called Du Xiaowang from now on." Little girl. Little Xingxing's face was full of seniority. However, her eyes were full of love for the little girl as an elder sister. She then rolled her hair and said, "You are really casual with your name. Do you want me to change it for you?" Du Xiaofu stared at little Xingxing and said, "Forget it." Little Xingxing refused without any hesitation. "All right, come down quickly. Your father needs to treat his injuries." Qi Yeshi walked forward. 2 strands of black hair on her cheeks gently fluttered in the wind. Her cherry lips were red without any lipstick. She wore a light green dress, and her waist was slim. She walked to Du Xiaofu's side and carried the little girl down. Third brother. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman and the others walked over. They looked at Du Xiaofu's injuries with worry. "It's fine." Du Xiaofu gestured to Du Xiaoman and Du Yunlong to not worry. He said, "I need to find a place to heal. Then, everyone left the messy mountain range. Because of little Xingxing and Qi Yeshi, the Phoenix clan and Yinyang school didn't leave. They stayed with the barren country. With Jalobatian, Xian Gu, Moon Saint, and the other saints, Du Xiaofu finally arrived at a peaceful mountain peak. He found a natural cave and entered the barren space with little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao to heal. Chapter 2054. The desolate ancient space was misty. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing sat cross-legged, their bodies glowing. They had ingested elixirs and were refining them to heal their injuries. Du Xiaofu's injuries were undoubtedly the most serious. In fact, they had reached a dreadful stage. There were still traces of cracks on his body. It wasn't easy to heal the injuries left behind by a semi-sage expert. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged as he formed a seal. He circulated the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock clan, refining the elixirs in his body into energy. The energy shuttled through his meridians and nourished his physical body. Faint purple arcs of electricity surged from his immortal Xian body as he slowly recovered. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to recover from such injuries without 8 to 10 years. More importantly, even an ordinary expert at the pinnacle of the undying realm would not be able to withstand such severe injuries. The severity of his injuries made Du Xiaofu's recovery extremely slow. However, in comparison, this kind of recovery was actually very fast. It was just that Du Xiaofu's injuries were too severe. He would need a lot of time to fully recover. Saint Realm. While refining the elixirs in his body, Du Xiaofu was thinking in his mind. This time, 9 experts had joined forces to ambush him. If he, little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao had not gathered together, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In the end, many experts of the Saint Martial Realm and the Saint Beast Realm had gathered together. That kind of vast and unparalleled power had shocked the world. At this moment, the seal outside the Heavenly Devil battlefield had completely disappeared. The experts of the Saint Realm had all entered. The thing he was most worried about had already happened. However, he still did not have the strength to fight against a true expert of the Saint Realm. This made Du Xiaofu feel very serious. If his grandfather Jalobatian, Senior Xiangu, and the other experts were not here, he would not be able to resist any of the experts of the legalism, the dragons, or the school of vertical and horizontal. He could not always rely on the protection of his grandfather Jalobatian, Senior Xiangu, and the others. I must break through to the Saint Realm, Du Xiaofu thought to himself. If he was unable to make a breakthrough to the Saint Plane, then the barren country would always be in danger. What is the Sage Realm? Du Xiaofu was deep in thought. Du Xiaofu had comprehended something from Huang Zhu's self-destruct legalism. That old mount hadn't reached the true Sage Realm. However, it had definitely surpassed the semi-Sage Realm. Its attack contained a kind of terrifying mystery. Du Xiaofu vaguely felt that it contained a kind of realm power. That kind of power seemed to have reached a kind of extreme, containing the might of heaven and earth, a suppression that came from the realm. During the battle, Du Xiaofu had gained some enlightenment. However, he was unable to fully immerse himself in such a battle. At this moment, Du Xiaofu immediately entered the desolate ancient space to heal himself. He wanted to use this opportunity to gain some insight. Not long after, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a circle of golden light. The golden talisman runes fluctuated and faintly condensed into the shadow of a golden-winged rock behind him. It was very mysterious and filled with a domineering aura. Inside the Naiwan Palace in his mind, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was sitting cross-legged on the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian. Silver-gold electric arcs spread out along with the fluctuation of starlight. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and sank into enlightenment. Following the enlightenment he gained from Huang Zhu, Du Xiaofu continued to search for the true meaning of the realm of power. There seemed to be no flaw in that kind of power. It gave people a feeling of perfection. It wasn't something that could be resisted by force. It was a kind of suppression that surpassed strength. There are no flaws. Perfection, Du Xiaofu continued to comprehend and ponder. Soon, he was immersed in the enlightenment. In terms of comprehension, Du Xiaofu originally had outstanding talent. The tyrannical fist way on the ancient stone tablet in front of the Du family's gate was the best proof. With the comprehension of the tyrannical fist Dao, tyrannical Qi Dao, and tyrannical sword Dao, Du Xiaofu's comprehension ability was still increasing. Within those ancient stone tablets, there seemed to be a mysterious power. Every time he comprehended it, he would be able to take a step further in his comprehension. Du Xiaofu's cultivation time was less than 30 years. His monstrous physical body and enormous divine gait were only reflected in his fighting strength. He was able to achieve immeasurable nirvana and step into the undying and indestructible realm by relying on his own talent. Perfection, flawless, Du Xiaofu was deep in thought. Occasionally, he would mutter something to himself, and his hand seals would be formed. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed, golden talisman runes rushed out. The shadow of a golden-winged rock swayed out. Its cry pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. Golden light filled the sky as its domineering aura swept through the void. Walala, when Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, monstrous purple flames gushed out from the surface of his body and filled the void. The scorching heat was unparalleled. A purple flame demonic phoenix was vaguely entrenched in it. The aura that covered the sky violently spread out. When Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued to change, the dark penetrating grass and the immortal grass appeared. The light was dazzling and the aura was vast. Whoosh! A sword light condensed in Du Xiaofu's hand. Using qi as a sword, it appeared in the void. The domineering sword will collapse. Then, the sword will turn into a dragon's roar and an elephant's cry, shaking the void. Finally, it turned into a fist print that distorted the void. Such scenes were changing around Du Xiaofu. They flashed and disappeared, then reappeared again. The cycle alternated like night and day. It was extremely mysterious. At this moment, if there was an expert present, he would definitely be shocked. As the strange phenomena around Du Xiaofu's body alternated, the aura on his body began to change. This change made people's hearts palpitate. It was a kind of metamorphosis. The aura was approaching a vast realm of perfection. The mountain range was vast. Ancient towering trees covered the sky. At a certain mountain stream, the void was distorted. There was a restriction in place. Ordinary creatures could not discover its existence at all. Even if they passed by, they would not be able to sense anything and would not be able to take half a step into the mountain stream. In the mountain stream, there were several figures scattered. The invisible aura spread out, forming dents in the void around them. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize many of them. There were many people among them. The legalism's divine ancestor, the dragon's divine ancestor, and the school of vertical and horizontal's divine ancestor, who had ambushed him halfway, were among them. There was also the Saint Plain expert of the school of vertical and horizontal's divine ancestor. There were 3 other figures with ancient auras. None of them were ordinary. The fact that they could stand on the same level as the legalism's divine ancestor and the dragon's divine ancestor was enough to prove their identities. This child is already fully fledged. If he doesn't die, he will be a great threat to our clan. The legalism's divine ancestor's expression was extremely gloomy. Killing intent spread out. The legalism could no longer afford to pay such a price. This time, it was almost pushing the legalism into a corner. Chapter 2055. Qin Yanlong, if you had found a chance to get rid of that brat earlier, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. The school of vertical's divine ancestor looked at the legalism's divine ancestor and said in a deep voice. The younger generation of the school of vertical and horizontal, as well as several generations of experts, had almost been annihilated. Such heavy losses were enough to make the school of vertical and horizontal unable to recover for thousands of years. The impact was too great, enough to make the school of vertical and horizontal unable to recover. Su Sanyan, if you had the ability back then, you could have done it. The legalism's divine ancestor, Qin Yanlong, looked directly at the school of vertical and horizontal's divine ancestor. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "You should know that Fu Yibai and the old lunatic are very likely to be one of those people. They seem to be related to that brat." Hearing this, the dragon's divine ancestor's expression changed when he heard the two names, Fu Yibai and the old lunatic. There was still lingering fear in his eyes. Back then, Fu Yibai had directly torn off dozens of kilograms of his flesh. The school of vertical's divine ancestor was also present. His expression changed slightly. He had heard of what had happened at the spatial exit of the divine domain. The mysterious Fu Yibai and the old lunatic were too powerful. Could Fu Yibai and the old lunatic really be one of those people? Someone asked. It was an old man who was looking at Qin Yanlong, Su Sanyan, and the others. Although his aura was concealed, there was a faint demonic and beastly aura fluctuating from his body. He was the demon vulture's divine ancestor, an ancient existence with a cultivation of the saint realm. In recent years, the demon vulture's divine ancestor was second only to the golden-winged great rocks, dragons, and other supreme beast races. Because of his existence, even the dragons and other supreme beast races had to be wary of the demon vulture's divine ancestor and show some respect. Everyone looked at each other after hearing this. They had lived for many years and knew many secrets and legend. They also suspected that the mysterious old madman and Fu Yibai might be one of these people, but no one could be sure. Compared to the identities of these people, it was only a rumor. The corners of Su Sanyan and Qin Yanlong's eyes twitched. Regardless of whether that mysterious old lunatic or Fu Yibai was one of the few people mentioned in the rumors, it was enough to make them feel apprehensive. With such strength, they had reached the sage realm and were the true top figures of the pyramid of the present age. They couldn't afford to provoke them. If that Fu Yibai and the old lunatic are really one of those people, how could the Du family be so obscure? Qin Yanlong clenched his teeth and said with a gloomy face, "Moreover, there was an agreement that we couldn't take action before the opening of the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Now that the Heavenly Devil battlefield has opened, there are no restrictions on us. This is also our last chance. If we let that brat obtain an opportunity to advance further in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, everyone should know what will happen after he leaves with that little bastard's ferocity and ruthlessness." Murderous intent appeared in everyone's eyes after hearing Qin Yanlong's words. They knew very well that Du Xiaofu was only at the pinnacle of the undying and indestructible realm, but he was already able to kill so many semi-sage experts. If they waited until he stepped into the saint realm, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It won't be that easy for that brat to step into the saint realm, a middle-aged man said. The corners of his eyes were long and narrow and suffused with radiance, making people feel as if they would sink into them at first glance. The saint realm was a natural moat. Although everyone present was a saint realm cultivator, they knew how difficult it was to step into the saint realm. Shiyu, we all know how difficult it is to step into the saint realm. Don't underestimate that brat. He has cultivated for only a few decades and has reached the pinnacle of the undying and indestructible realm. With such talent, he may be able to step into the saint realm if he obtains an opportunity in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Qin Yanlong said in a deep voice. When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other. They were shocked and fearful. A junior like this was too terrifying. We must not let that brat step into the saint realm, let alone let him walk out of the Heavenly Devil battlefield, the divine ancestor said. His voice was low and filled with murderous intent. There seemed to be a dragon's shadow fluctuating in his eyes. It was very terrifying. That brat now has Jalobatian, Xiangu, and Moon Saint by his side. It will be difficult to take action again. Su Sanyan's eyes twitched. He paused for a moment and continued, "It will be troublesome if Fu Ibai and the crazy old man interfere. The eternal tomb is about to open. When the time comes, I don't believe that Jalobatian, Moon Saint, and Xiangu can stay by that brat's side all the time." Qin Yanlong sneered and said, "I think everyone knows that the ancient ancestors of our clans will not be destroyed so easily. When the eternal tomb opens and the ancient ancestors of our clans come out, Fu Ibai and the crazy old man will not be so unscrupulous." "That's right. We still have a chance. As long as the ancient ancestors are here, nothing will be a problem. Even if the world becomes a demon realm, all clans will be able to stay out of it." Su Sanyan smiled. Since there was a way to deal with that fear, there was nothing to be afraid of. In short, let that little bastard enter the eternal tomb and never come out. The divine ancestor of the dragons said coldly. Murderous intent filled his body, causing the surrounding void to freeze. The surrounding mountain streams were covered with a thin layer of frost. His murderous intent had turned into ice. This was extreme hatred. The demon king Du Xiaofu, the purple star demonic dragon emperor, and the monkey king Du Xiaoyao joined forces and killed 9 half-saint experts. That battle was earth-shattering and overturned the heavens. Someone witnessed the demon king Du Xiaofu tearing apart a half-saint expert with his bare hands and slashing a half-saint expert with his sword. He killed 4 half-saint experts by himself. He was incomparably ferocious and peerless. It's too terrifying. 9 half-saint experts were gone just like that. It's said that a true Saint Realm expert appeared in the end. They were as powerful as gods. More and more creatures gathered at the place where the eternal tomb was rumored to be opening. Various forces came one after another. The battle between Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Xingxing had spread like wildfire. That shock was like a bomb that exploded in the hearts of those who heard it. It caused a great sensation and made many people's blood boil. Such news swept across the world like a storm and shook the world. Swoosh, swoosh, in midair, a group of people broke through the air. The auras of the people at the front were wrapped in runes. Their hair danced in the wind, their battle robes fluttered, and their clothes fluttered in the wind. They were all majestic and powerful. "They're here." Some creatures couldn't help but exclaim as they recognized the newcomers. Chapter 2056. Heavenly Wolf Lonesome Sky Howl. Great Snow Mountain's successor, Lian Qingrong. Undead Spirit Demon, Dongfang Qingmu. Dark Hell Emperor, Nether Demon. The crowd was in an uproar. Many eyes trembled. Any one of them was a supreme being. Whoosh whoosh. There was also the sound of wind breaking. A formless aura swept through the void. 18 young men came through the air. Their formless aura froze the void. It was as if 18 peerless weapons had broken through the air. The man in the lead was a black-robed man. His eyes were piercingly cold, like a divine sword unsheathed. Heavens! The barren country's 18 celestial guards are here too. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but tremble. These 18 people were famous for their ruthlessness. They were the World Society's 18 celestial guards. And the sacred array child, Zhen Qinchun. That looks like the barren country's Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger. The crowd was in an uproar. The arrival of a large group of barren country's experts shocked everyone. Heavenly Wolf Lonesome Sky Howl, Undead Spirit Demon, Dongfang Qingmu, and the 18 celestial guards. With so many supreme beings gathered, no force could bring out such a lineup. Not even the 9 great families, the dragons, or the phoenixes. When the barren country's experts arrived, someone immediately appeared and brought them to a peak. The aura there was frozen, and the void was distorted. The formless aura prevented any creature from approaching. Is the eternal tomb nearby, on a cliff? A beautiful woman in a long green dress looked forward. Her face was enchanting, and her body was alluring. but the men nearby didn't dare to approach her, because many creatures knew that this beautiful woman was none other than the original body of the eight-winged green crystal python. If we can find what our ancestors left behind in the eternal tomb, we can make the Taigu gold-devouring rat clan rise again. On a towering tree, a young man with an outstanding aura looked forward. His eyes were faintly golden and filled with runes. Whoosh, in the distant void, a young man wearing a fiery armor appeared in the void. Beside this young man, a murderous aura quietly fluctuated. He was a young man wearing a dark red robe. The hood of his robe covered his forehead, and his head was slightly raised as he looked forward. His dark and deep eyes shot out a sharp and profound gaze. His face was sharp and angular, and he gave off a sense of oppression. It's heavenly fiend Yeluhan and fire cloud evil god Dugufenshin. It is said that they have a close relationship with the demon king Du Xiaofu. It is very likely that they are also from the desolate country. When people saw the two of them, it caused great waves. Heavenly fiend Yeluhan and fire cloud evil god Dugufenshin had caused great waves in the heavenly devil battlefield. The location of the mountain range was unknown. This place was empty, and it was filled with a type of desolation and darkness. It was like a space of its own. Awoo! There were low roars of beasts coming from afar, shaking people's souls. Demonic chi fluctuated above the void. In the center of the mountain range, there were 8 figures sitting cross-legged on top of a mountain. In front were 2 young men and one with a hood covering his face. They were Moksha, Jialo Juexiao, and Mo Lingzi. Behind Moksha, Jialo Juexiao, and Mo Lingzi, there were 3 old men and 2 middle-aged men sitting cross-legged. Demonic chi seeped out from the void. Among the 5 people, one was surrounded by blazing heat, one was surrounded by ice, and one was surrounded by distortions. Each had their own phenomenon. Walala, in the depths of the mountain range, there were clusters of demonic clouds that shrouded the sky, causing the world to darken. Faint lightning flashed, and the aura was terrifying to the extreme. There were a total of 4 clusters of demonic clouds that were the densest. They were like clouds that hung from the sky, covering everything. Rumble, the surrounding void was filled with rich heaven and earth energy, crazily gathering towards the 4 clusters of demonic clouds. It was like 4 tornadoes were connecting heaven and earth. After an unknown period of time, one of the clusters of demonic clouds stopped fluctuating, and a wild laughter swept out from within. Ha 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 ha! The laughter shook the void, and the demonic clouds trembled. Whoosh whoosh! Moksha, Jialo Juexiao, and the other domineering figures opened their eyes almost at the same time. The light in their eyes flashed like lightning as they looked in the same direction. In the direction where the 8 of them were looking, the stagnant demonic cloud storm dissipated. A middle-aged man in battle armor walked out. He didn't look old, but his black hair reached his shoulders. He had a well-built body, and the black battle armor on his body had talisman runes flickering on it. Greetings to the 9-demon Emperor. The 5 people behind Moksha stood up and respectfully saluted. The first one was an old man in a loose black robe. His aura was concealed, but he was very powerful. His long yellow hair was filled with black demonic chi, which was extremely eye-catching. He had a broad forehead and thick eyebrows. There was a mysterious mark on his forehead that looked like a skull imprinted with gold leaf. It emitted a frightening and strange cold light. The other 4 people's auras weren't inferior to him. One had long red hair that draped over his shoulders, while the other had white hair that fluttered in the wind. They were all filled with demonic chi. There was also a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a hood that covered most of his face. The other middle-aged man with short hair was hazy and shrouded in demonic chi. Lightning shuttled back and forth in his eyes. It was as if lightning was shooting out, making one's heart palpitate. Get up! The 9-demon emperor waved his hand and looked at Moksha, Mo Lingzi, and Jialo Jumi. He then asked, "How are your injuries?" "It's about time." Moksha spoke and nodded slightly to the Nine-Demon Emperor. His injuries weren't light to begin with, but he was fine now. It's fine now. Mo Lingzi and Jialo Jumi only nodded and didn't salute. The Eternal Tomb should be opening soon. You guys need to be prepared. The last purple lightning profound cauldron must be retrieved, said the Nine-Demon Emperor. Hearing that, Moksha's eyes flickered. The last purple lightning profound cauldron was with Du Xiaofu. He had also heard the recent rumors that the Demon King's strength seemed to have improved once again. It wouldn't be easy for him to retrieve the last purple lightning profound cauldron. He had already fought with Du Xiaofu several times, and he couldn't gain any advantage over him. You're not confident? Looking at Moksha's expression, the Nine-Demon Emperor's hair fluttered, and a faint demonic chi lingered on his black armor. He then said, I will lend you a hand when the time comes. It's not difficult to retrieve the last purple lightning profound cauldron. I have my own plans. Moksha's voice was calm and light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be prepared. Jialo Jumi didn't speak. He wore a black robe and had black hair. His nose was straight and his skin was like jade. That little girl from the Fangji clan has already awakened the bloodline of the Fangji clan. That clan's origin isn't simple. It's normal that you can't defeat them. The Nine-Demon Emperor looked at Jialo Jumi with a deep gaze and said, You have the demon bone. If you can reach the peak, your future will be limitless. She's indeed very strong. Jialo Jumi's long eyebrows were like willows, and his features were distinct. His jet-black, onyx-like pupils were as black as an endless abyss, giving people the illusion that they were about to be sucked in if they looked at him for a while, revealing a kind of unwavering determination. The sect has found the remaining 36 feathers of the true rock for you. As the Nine-Demon Emperor's voice faded, 36 rays of golden light shot out from his palm. They spread out in the void in an instant, bursting out with a golden brilliance. A domineering aura swept out from them. As the 36 rays of golden light shot out, Jialo Jumi's calm, pitch-black eyes flickered. A black gold light surged out from his body, and the 36 rays of golden light immediately surrounded him, shaking the void. There's also a great gift from the demon god. It's enough to let you be reborn. As the Nine-Demon Emperor spoke, his expression changed. An ancient jade bottle appeared in his palm. The bottle was engraved with mysterious runes and emitted a bright light. Crack! A ray of demon chi shot out from the Nine-Demon Emperor's palm. It covered the mysterious runes on the jade bottle like a flowing liquid. Wherever it passed, the jade bottle cracked in the Nine-Demon Emperor's palm. A deep black gold light burst out from the Nine-Demon Emperor's palm like a sun, and the cry of a rock that pierced through clouds and cracked stones resounded in the dusky world. A hissing sound resounded as the black gold light erupted. A terrifying energy wave swept out, causing the Nine-Demon Emperor's expression to change as he took a few steps back. True blood of the demonic rock. At this moment, when the black gold light erupted, Jialo Jumi's pitch-black eyes suddenly trembled. A black gold light surged out from his body and soared into the sky. Within the black gold light that erupted, there was a drop of black gold blood shining. The mysterious runes hung in the void, as if they had condensed into a black gold demonic rock. It flapped its wings for a few days, covering half of the sky. Such power caused Moksha and Mo Lingzi's expressions to change greatly. They felt their hearts palpitate. Jialo Jumi's body trembled as a suction force gushed out from his mouth. Accompanied by the black gold light that swept out from his body, there seemed to be an invisible connection. The drop of terrifying black gold blood turned into an arc of lightning that rushed into his mouth. Boom! When the drop of black gold blood was swallowed by Jialo Jumi, a dazzling light rushed into the sky like lightning from his black eyes. Endless black gold light erupted from his body, and a terrifying and domineering energy shook the void, causing Mo Lingzi and Moksha to be stunned as they quickly retreated. monstrous black gold mysterious runes swept out as if to shatter the world. An abyss-like vacuum was set off in the void, and a palpitating black light gushed out. Accompanied by the cry of a rock that pierced through clouds and cracked stones, a black gold rock appeared in the sky. Within the vast ancient forest and mountains, more and more creatures had arrived. Occasionally, there would be creatures that would rush over, and after observing the surroundings, they would settle down. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of wind breaking resounded as many figures appeared in the void. The first was a handsome middle-aged man who stood in the void like a long spear. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep and sharp as they swept across the surroundings. Behind the middle-aged man, there were many figures with powerful auras. Among them, there were 3 women who were the most attractive. One of them was dressed in a tight suit, and her devilish figure and beautiful face were combined in one body. It was soul-stirring. Chapter 2057. One of them was a moving woman. Her eyes seemed to be suffused with mist, and her long skirt drew out a graceful arc. There was only a young girl left. She was graceful, and her beauty was enough to stun the world. Third uncle, little Shuang Zijin, Xing Yu, Du Yunlong appeared. He wore a cloud robe and had black hair. His temperament was outstanding, and he led the group away. That's Thunder War King Du Tingxian. He's the father of Demon King Du Xiaofu, and also a supreme nirvanic being. When that group of people disappeared into a mountain peak, some people began to discuss. Their voices were soft, but they soon spread out, causing a sensation. That father and son pair are both terrifying. Someone sucked in a cold breath and sighed. Like father, like son. No wonder that Demon King Du Xiaofu had such abnormal combat strength. Bang! The void trembled. In the distance, golden light filled the skies. Many figures descended, exuding an incomparably domineering sharpness. It's the golden-winged rock race. That's Jialo Juayu. Chila. A figure appeared in the distance. Light sprinkled down, and arcs of lightning wrapped around his body. Behind him, thunderclouds gathered. Xiang Wushuang. Heavens, that's Xiang Wushuang. He's also here. In the surrounding mountains there were some hidden auras. When they saw that figure, ripples appeared, as if they knew who he was. Xiang Wushuang, he's actually still alive. On top of a boulder, Fire Cloud Evil God Dugu Fenshin stared at that figure of lightning, his eyes also surging with light. He hasn't even entered the divine realm. He really can endure. Yelu Han's dark red eyes were filled with a faint killing intent. Xiang Wushuang, who is he? I've never heard of him before. Many people were curious. A name like Wushuang was very unfamiliar. Almost no one had heard of him before. It's normal that you haven't heard of him. He's very ancient. 6,000 years ago, a young supreme being appeared, sweeping through all of his peers. He was the most dazzling radiance of that generation, but he quickly disappeared. There were rumors that he suffered from cultivation deviation and died. There were also rumors that he died in some secret realm. However, it seems like all of these were just rumors. He was still alive and even more powerful. Some of the old men who had been cultivating for a long time explained Mammoth Wushuang's background. In the void, Xiang Wushuang's silhouette appeared. His silhouette was hazy, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He was extremely young, and his demeanor was extraordinary. It's said that unparalleled Mammoth loves to fight, and loves to fight paragons. I wonder if he'll find someone to fight him on the spot. There are a few elders who are very excited, hoping to see a fierce battle between supreme beings. Unfortunately, Xiang Wushuang didn't find anyone to attack. Instead, he found an empty spot to sit down cross-legged and meditate. A few hours later, more and more figures appeared, causing a huge commotion. The one in the lead was an elegant and refined woman. She had an aura of liveliness about her. Her skin was delicate, and her eyes were beautiful. She wore a purple pleated skirt with several blooming flowers embroidered on it. As her skirt fluttered, it seemed to emit a hazy light and a sweet fragrance. Beside the elegant woman, there was another woman who seemed to be a little younger. She had a cute face and was equally beautiful. Her curves were undulating, and she also had a head of dreamlike purple hair. It was so shiny that it could make one's heart sway. There was a kind of soul-stirring feeling. These two women stunned everyone, and many of the other beautiful women in the area seemed to lose their splendor. "Violet Lotus Fairy from the demon world is here," someone exclaimed. Someone cried out in alarm. The woman in the purple pleated skirt was the Purple Lotus Fairy from the demon realm. She was a terrifying existence. The demon world was the most mysterious place in the 3 continents and Kyushu world. It was a paradise for demon spirits. Although demon spirits were precious treasures for human cultivators, no one dared to enter the demon world to search for them. It was rumored that even the 9 great clans didn't dare to do so. Demon spirits had a long time to cultivate. Although their cultivation speed was slower than that of beasts and humans, they relied on their long years of cultivation to become many terrifying experts. The Violet Lotus Fairy was a terrifying character in the demon realm. She had once left the demon realm and was a peerless talent. She had caused great waves in the demon realm. Although many years had passed, some of the older generation still remembered those rumors and were shocked. When Violet Lotus Fairy appeared, the cross-legged Xiang Wushuang opened his eyes. Arcs of lightning shot out from his eyes, causing his clothes to shake. The Violet Lotus Fairy seemed to sense the change in Xiang Wushuang's gaze and looked at him from afar. The 4 pairs of eyes looked at each other from a distance. Both of them had light fluctuations in their eyes. Then, both of them retracted their gazes, as if nothing had happened. Not long after, a group of people arrived. They were all geniuses who hadn't appeared in a long time, and had left their names behind. So many experts have come to the Eternal Tomb, and so many geniuses who were rumored to have died have also appeared. Yes. What's inside the Eternal Tomb? It seems like there are many Sage Realm experts. Yes. It's said that the Eternal Tomb is related to the great calamity of the ancient era. It involves the greatest secrets of the world, and is closely related to the 9 great clans, the dragons and the phoenixes. Yes. Everyone's blood was boiling with excitement as they discussed. In the ancient desolate space, the misty space fluctuated. There was a golden brilliance that was like a golden sun, and a golden 5-fingered mountain towered there, and it occasionally transformed into a crystalline and translucent golden ape. The 2 of them alternated and circulated without end, and they fluctuated with an ancient aura that seemed like the beginning of the world. A reddish-gold dragon spread its wings, and 7 colored flames rippled. Its entire body was covered with Xuanwu inscriptions, and its scales rippled with starlight. One could faintly see purple flames. The dragon's body was sparkling and translucent, and its aura was powerful. It emitted surging energy fluctuations that were incomparably vigorous. The dragon's huge eyes were closed, and the light around its body was illuminated by starlight. Purple flames swept out, turning into the illusion of a purple flame demonic phoenix. There was also the illusion of a Xuanwu entrenched in black light, and its aura was ancient and disdainful. There was also the illusion of a 7-colored vermilion bird, dragging long 7-colored feathers. Its wings were suffused with divine flames that burned the souls of those who saw it. It was as if it had crossed time and space, causing the space to riot and explode. If anyone were to see this scene at this moment, they would be extremely shocked. Regardless of whether it was the red-bone horse monkey that was alternating between the golden ape and the 5-finger mountain peak, or the strange dragon at this moment, the aura on their bodies was rising at an extremely rapid rate as this unusual phenomenon changed. Strictly speaking, this rising aura was more like a transformation. Somewhere in the ancient desolate space, with Du Xiaofu as the center, the 8 trigrams pattern spread out. The 8 trigrams spread out and the divinations intertwined. Strange phenomena appeared, and the mountains and lakes were connected. Thunder and wind were thin, and water and fire were incompatible. A vast and unparalleled aura filled the air, making Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, look like a god. Du Xiaofu's hand seals were still condensing. As his hand seals condensed, golden talisman patterns condensed, and the illusion of a golden-winged rock appeared, shining with golden light. As his hand seals changed, monstrous purple flames filled the air, and a purple flame demonic phoenix entrenched in it. There was also the descent of lightning, the appearance of the dark penetrating grass, the undying grass, and the like. The light was dazzling, and the aura was vast. These scenes revolved around Du Xiaofu and changed. They were no longer as fleeting as before. Instead, they lasted for a long time, but they were still alternating like night and day. It was extremely mysterious. As the scenes around Du Xiaofu's body alternated, the aura on his body also transformed, as if it was approaching a vast realm of perfection. Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehension. There was no doubt about his comprehension ability, otherwise, how could he have set foot on his current cultivation level? He had only started cultivating when he was a teenager, and in just a short period of 10 years, he had already suppressed many experts who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Even the experts of the 9 great families, the Phoenix clan, and other great forces were shocked speechless. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was wholeheartedly immersed in comprehension, and his whole body was immersed in it. During this period of time, the confrontation in the heavenly devil battlefield had turned into comprehension, becoming a precipitation. In this kind of comprehension, Du Xiaofu seemed to have opened a layer of barrier, and found an even more vast world, like a dragon swimming in the sea. Du Xiaofu was comprehending and comprehending all the profound meanings in his body. It was like a kind of nirvana of profound meanings, and even involved his physical body, making his whole person sublimate and transform. In the 8 trigrams, Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed. The phantom of the golden-winged rock, the grass of darkness, the grass of immortality, the purple flame demonic phoenix, the overbearing sword light, and so on became more and more solid, and even had a kind of spirituality. Everything was constantly evolving and transforming, like an eagle soaring in the sky, or a dragon swimming in the sea. It was indescribably wonderful and mysterious, but this kind of feeling could only be felt through comprehension. This was a wholehearted comprehension. At this moment, with Jalobatian, Moon Saint, Xian Gu, and other experts present, Du Xiaofu was not worried about anything else. He forgot that he was still in the heavenly devil battlefield, and his heart was calm as he immersed himself in comprehension. Voila! At a certain time, from Du Xiaofu's body, a bright green light appeared, and spread from the surface of his body to the outside. It even made his whole body feel indescribably comfortable, like a gentle spring breeze, full of vitality. This vitality aura made Du Xiaofu's injuries heal faster in the indestructible Xian body. This aura was related to the aura of Dongli Qingqing, Dongli Ruoshu, and the others, and it had a feeling of vitality. When Du Xiaofu refined the Wood Emperor's spiritual liquid that was given to him by the heavenly wood divine tree, he could clearly feel a vigorous aura left in his internal organs and even in his mind. This aura could nourish the body, the Xian Qi, and the spirit. The benefits of this aura were so great that Du Xiaofu also wanted to comprehend it, but he did not succeed. That strange energy seemed to be contained in heaven and earth, and it was difficult to touch. Chapter 2058. However, Du Xiaofu never gave up. He wanted to find out more. At this moment, the green light quietly appeared inside Du Xiaofu's body. It helped Du Xiaofu's immortal Xian body recover quickly. Inside Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace, the Yuan Spirit Crimson Horse Monkey's body that was sitting cross-legged on the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian also closed its eyes. Not far from the Yuan Spirit Crimson Horse Monkey's body, there was a cluster of crystal-clear crimson-blue flames that had a gentle aura. It was connected to the Yuan spirit and slowly absorbed the energy of Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit and the thunder martial vein in his body. This cluster of crimson-blue flames was very bright and seemed to be slowly rising. It was accompanied by crimson-blue lightning arcs, giving people a very strange feeling. Suddenly, a soft sound of surprise came from the crystal-clear crimson-blue flames. The crimson-blue lightning rippled, and a slightly illusory human figure appeared from within. It revealed a round face that was over 50 years old. It was Master Huolei. Unbelievable! I have never seen anything like this before. It is so profound and all-encompassing. Did this kid comprehend it? Master Huolei was looking at Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams. It was all-encompassing. Even he couldn't see through it. He couldn't help but be shocked. You actually touched the threshold of the Saint Realm. Your talent is not bad. As expected of the awakened descendant. It can be considered fate. I will lend you a hand. Master Huolei's long crimson hair was both real and illusory. His body was like a Maitreya. From the center of his palm, a gentle crimson-blue energy surged. It was filled with a vast aura, as if it came from ancient times. However, at this moment, Master Huolei's eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. There was a sense of vicissitudes in his eyes. What you comprehend is the most stable. After a while, Master Huolei faintly smiled. The red and blue energy in his palm quietly dissipated. The slightly illusory figure also disappeared into the crystal-clear red and blue flames. However, the translucent crimson-blue flame was still absorbing the energy from Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit in his Naiwen palace and the lightning martial vein in his body. It was like a bottomless pit that would never stop. A few days passed very quickly in the outside world. Although many powerful beings and a few experts who had not appeared for a long time had gathered nearby, there were no conflicts. They were all waiting nervously for something. Perhaps everyone knew that there was a legendary Saint Stage expert in the vicinity. If they affected that Saint Stage expert, it would be equivalent to courting death. As time passed, the empty space in the center of the mountain range began to distort, and light began to appear. When this scene appeared, the atmosphere suddenly became abnormally hot. Everyone could see that there was a seal there, and it was disappearing. The legendary Eternal Tomb was finally about to appear. As time passed, the light became brighter and brighter. Like a mirage, a vast and boundless ruin was revealed. It was dark inside, as if the sky and earth were covered by dark clouds. It was impossible to see things in the distance. There were broken walls and rubble everywhere. It was like an ancient battlefield. However, on the vast ancient battlefield, there were broken peaks in the distance. Faint lights of treasures shot into the sky. There were also all kinds of sounds that seemed to have traveled through time and space. It was as if the sounds of gods were spreading. It made people unable to calm down. For no reason, the blood in their bodies boiled and their minds became restless. Boom! In the dusky world, there was a dense fog. Occasionally, a bright light would rush out and illuminate the magnificent ruins of the giant palace in the distance. That's a treasure. A treasure is about to appear. Someone exclaimed. Even through the distorted space, they could feel the terrifying and vast aura of the treasure. It was definitely an amazing treasure. Let's go and seize the opportunity. Some of the creatures couldn't bear it anymore. There were even many seniors who wanted to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to compete with the 9 great families. So, they took action in advance. Swoosh swoosh, these experts' strength was not bad. Their figures were as fast as lightning. They rushed forward, wanting to seize the treasure. Swoosh swoosh. However, when these experts approached the distorted space, there was a strange energy falling from the sky. Its speed was too fast, faster than lightning. It directly fell on many of the experts. Pring pring pring. Although these experts' strength was not bad, under the strange falling energy, they didn't even have the strength to react. They were directly smashed into pieces in the void. Quickly retreat, there's killing intent. The eyes of those who were farther away changed greatly. The greed and redness in their eyes instantly turned into horror and fear. They quickly retreated. Swoosh, swoosh. The void trembled as if the energy was rioting. Many strange lights spread out like lightning, drowning out large areas of space. They emitted waves of resplendent light, causing the void to rumble. Many experts were unable to escape at all, and they were all killed within. How terrifying! The creatures in the distance trembled. Under such an aura, they felt a chill down their backs and their hair stood on end. They couldn't help but feel lucky that they didn't act rashly. Otherwise, not even their bones would be left. The eternal tomb hasn't been completely opened yet. No one is allowed to act rashly. The elders of the major forces warned their disciples, telling them not to act rashly. Not long after, the vast ancient battlefield in the distance disappeared again. It was as if everything had disappeared into thin air. However, this was enough to make all the creatures excited. It proved that the legendary eternal tomb was indeed about to open. Whoosh, in the 8 trigrams diagram in the ancient desolate space, golden light fluctuated around Du Xiaofu's body. Purple lightning lingered around, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. There were also mysterious green runes on the surface of his body, as if they were shuttling through his flesh and blood. They exuded an exuberant aura, like a new seed that was taking root, germinating, and growing. Du Xiaofu was still sitting cross-legged. His flesh and blood glowed, and the aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. His injuries could no longer be detected. With the help of the mysterious aura and the indestructible Xian body, Du Xiaofu's serious injuries seemed to have healed. His body, which was originally dripping with blood and holes, was now sparkling and translucent again, with a purple-gold color. In the void, it was peaceful. The 8 trigrams diagram fluctuated, and the trigrams connected. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, and there was no emotion on his resolute face. As Du Xiaofu continued to comprehend, various strange phenomena occurred. It was as if a mysterious energy of the world had seeped out from the void and surged into Du Xiaofu's body. It caused Du Xiaofu's aura to become vast and hazy, as if he was covered in a layer of divine light, giving off a sacred aura. If there were experts of the saint realm present, they would definitely cry out in surprise. A cultivator who had not yet set foot in the saint realm had actually reached this step. This was clearly a change that only occurred in the body of a saint realm cultivator. This mysterious energy of heaven and earth shuttled back and forth in Du Xiaofu's body, nourishing it, and faintly making the sonorous sound of wind and thunder from Du Xiaofu's body. The 8 trigrams diagram was also changing, and there were also the shadows of the golden-winged rock, the purple flame demonic phoenix, the brilliance of the galaxy, the dark seeker grass, and the immortal grass that constantly appeared around Du Xiaofu's body. They shone dazzlingly on Du Xiaofu and blended with his body. From the inside to the outside they seemed to be connected, but also seemed to be separated. From afar, Du Xiaofu seemed to have transformed again, and was approaching a new level. It was transcendent and sacred, and it gave people a sense of flawlessness, and it was becoming more and more complete. This process was very mysterious and profound, and it was difficult to describe in words. Chi, but at a certain moment, the emotionless Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, and 2 rays of purple and gold light flashed out like dazzling lightning arcs. The strange phenomenon around him dissipated at the same time, and he muttered to himself, "Flawless, complete, is this it?" The light in his eyes was withdrawn, and he regained his clarity. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but smile, and the corners of his mouth curled up. This period of meditation was an indescribable feeling. Du Xiaofu could immediately sense what he had comprehended, and he felt that he had found the path. Peering into his body, Du Xiaofu felt a metamorphosis, whether it was his body or his soul. Whoosh, from the inside to the outside, a green light surged out from the surface of his body, and it floated around him. Du Du Xiaofu's face also revealed a look of surprise. I actually succeeded. Du Xiaofu was a little excited. This was the mysterious power that he had always wanted to comprehend from the Wood Emperor's spiritual liquid, and it was the same as the mysterious power in the bodies of Dongli Qingqing, Dongli Ruoshu, and the others. This mysterious power was like a ray of light in his body, nourishing his body and divine ring. Du Xiaofu knew that he had succeeded in comprehending it. Although he hadn't achieved great success, an indelible seed had been planted in his body. This seed had taken root and sprouted, and it would become more and more powerful in the future. Of course, for Du Xiaofu, the happiest thing at this moment was that he had found the right path, and had comprehended the path to the Saint Realm. He was no longer as confused and ignorant as he had been before. Under the Enlightenment, Du Xiaofu had comprehended the path to the Saint Realm, and it was flawless and complete. This flawless and flawless state was inseparable from the comprehension of the profound. Comprehending one's profound to the point of perfection was like one, and it was flawless and flawless. In the end, one would step into the Saint Realm and reach a new level, and it would be able to provide one with vast and inexhaustible power. That was the power of the Saint Realm. However, it was too difficult to comprehend one's profound to the point of perfection, especially for those who had comprehended more profound. It would be even more difficult to comprehend. Of course, if one stepped into the Saint Realm, their combat strength would naturally be more outstanding, and they would be able to suppress cultivators of the same level. This time, Du Xiaofu was suddenly enlightened, and it was as if he had seen a ray of light. It was as if he had been enlightened, and he suddenly understood. I have to thank legalism's old mount. Du Xiaofu was very happy, and he knew that he had benefited the most from the enlightenment of legalism's old mount. Of course, it was also related to the few half-step saints that he had killed. Chapter 2059. Although he hadn't entered the Saint Realm yet, Du Xiaofu felt that he had hope. His comprehension this time had also imperceptibly increased by quite a bit. Du Xiaofu thought that he might be able to deal with someone as strong as legalism's old mount. His injuries had healed. Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that it was inseparable from the life force he had comprehended. This life force could allow him to recover in the shortest time possible. It was like a withered tree growing again in the spring. It was very strange and powerful. When he saw Dongli Ruoshu's injuries recover in such a short time, Du Xiaofu now knew the reason. It was because of this mysterious life force. This mysterious life force was definitely not as simple as helping him recover. It was very vast. If he could comprehend it to the point of great success, it would definitely be a powerful technique with endless mysteries. His primordial spirit was also transforming. Du Xiaofu felt that his primordial spirit had also strengthened a lot. In his mind's Naiwen palace, a cluster of red and blue flames was fluctuating and shining. It was absorbing the power of the spiritual thunder and the thunder martial vein in his primordial spirit. It was also absorbing Xianqi. It was like a bottomless pit. Huolei Zi. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit's crimson monkey body called out softly. His voice echoed in his Naiwen palace. Bastard, I'm your ancestor. Huolei Zi's angry voice came out. The red and blue flames fluctuated. Then an old and slightly illusory figure appeared. He looked at Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body with a deep gaze. He seemed to be sizing something up. Seeing Huolei Zi appear, Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. He didn't expect this old guy to really appear. His eyes turned and he asked, "How much have you recovered? How much can I recover in such a short time?" Huolei Zi rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu. The seal outside the heavenly devil battlefield has completely disappeared. Those saint-level demons of the devil religion have probably already entered it. Perhaps their primordial spirits have already fused with their physical bodies. Du Xiaofu was worried. Other than the school of vertical and horizontal, the dragons, and the legalism, There were also the devil emperors of the devil religion. This day has finally come. Master Hualei's expression sank when he heard this. There seemed to be a scarlet-blue flame burning in his deep eyes. A strange phenomenon appeared, causing the temperature in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace to rise. How much have you recovered? Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble if you encounter those devil emperors from the devil religion. Du Xiaofu asked Hualezi. He had already lost the opportunity to be fearless in the heavenly devil battlefield. Those saints had already entered. It was his turn to be careful. He had to be prepared. I've recovered a little, but I'm still far from being at my peak. There isn't much time left. I need your help. Hualezi suddenly became serious and said to Du Xiaofu. Looking at Hualezi's serious expression, Du Xiaofu asked, "How can I help?" "I will double the absorption of the power in your spirit thunder and thunder martial vein, but I promise I won't harm you. Next, I will isolate everything and try to recover as quickly as possible. If you encounter those devil emperors, use your spirit thunder to wake me up." Hualezi looked at Du Xiaofu and said. Du Xiaofu was deep in thought. He looked at Hualezi, and after a few breaths, he nodded and said, "Okay. There isn't much time left. Be careful, but don't call me if there isn't anything important." As soon as Hualezi finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Then, the crystal-clear crimson-blue flame sped up. Du Xiaofu immediately felt the power in his spirit thunder and thunder martial vein becoming more intense. They were absorbing some kind of energy. Du Xiaofu pondered for a while. After a while, he raised his head and looked to the side. He seemed to have felt something, and his figure disappeared. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared again, he saw the huge dragon and the transformed red-bone horse monkey in the sky. They were the original bodies of Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing. Did they feel it too? Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he looked at Du Xiaoyao, who was in the red-bone horse monkey's body and the five-fingered golden mountain, and little Xingxing, who was surrounded by the illusions of the vermilion bird and the black tortoise. Du Xiaofu felt that little demon Du and little star had also clearly comprehended something, and had made great progress. Carefully feeling it, even the aura on their bodies was very different from before. Very abnormal. Du Xiaofu was very shocked. Du Xiaoyao was too abnormal, and little Xingxing was even more abnormal. Du Xiaofu was very clear about little Xingxing's cultivation time. He didn't put in much effort, but this little girl's breakthrough was like divine help. If it wasn't for the many opportunities he had, he would have been left behind by these two. At this moment, if someone heard Du Xiaofu say that he was being perverted, they would definitely be depressed. A truly perverted fellow was actually calling others perverted. Little demon Du had the body of a red-bone horse monkey, and little star could be considered to be related to the dragon race and the phoenix race. Their origins were mysterious. However, Du Xiaofu was a pure human. In such a short time, his strength had reached such a terrifying level. This was the most abnormal thing. Chi-Chi in the sky, the dragon's body shone brightly. The red-bone horse monkey and the five-fingered golden mountain shone with golden light. Then, they retracted and turned into their human forms. Chi-La, the moment the two opened their eyes, there was a golden light like lightning. Golden flames erupted like a volcano, and their aura shook the void. They have become much stronger again. Du Xiaofu's face was slightly shocked. Then, a smile appeared on his face. In the battle not long ago, Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing had also benefited a lot and had improved greatly. "Father!" A tender voice rang out. Little Xingxing had already rushed to Du Xiaofu's side. She looked at him from head to toe. She seemed to have sensed Du Xiaofu's aura. His injuries had already healed, so she was relieved. "Seems like you have become stronger again." Du Xiaoyao came to Du Xiaofu's side and looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were like golden spiritual eyes that could see through everything. Du Xiaofu smiled. But then, he was a little disappointed. His face turned serious, and he frowned. He said, It's a pity that I haven't broken through to the Saint Realm. Many Saint Realm experts have already entered. With Great-Grandpa and Xian Gu here, we don't have to be afraid of legalism and those fellows from the school of vertical and horizontal. Little Xingxing said. Becoming stronger by yourself is the true strength. Du Xiaofu patted Little Xingxing's head and smiled. This, Little Xingxing seemed to have understood something. Then, she pouted and said, "Those Saint Realm experts can't do anything to me. When you break through to the Saint Realm, you won't have to be afraid anymore," Du Xiaoyao said. "Let's go and see if everyone is here." Drunkard Dad, Ouyang Shuang, Big Brother Zhenqin Chun, Su Muxin, and the others had not arrived. They had been in the ancient desolate space for dozens of days, and it had been a few days outside. Du Xiaofu was worried about their safety. The three of them left the ancient desolate space and walked out of the cave. Then, Du Xiaofu saw many people he was worried about. Drunkard Dad, Su Muxin, Big Brother Zhenqin Chun, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Yi Zijin, Yi Piaoling, and the others all came. There was also Jialo Juyu, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juekong, Dongli Ruoshu, Dongli Ruoyun, and the others. "Greetings, President." "Greetings, Rock Emperor." Gui Che, Tiger King, Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, Ming Yao, Lian Qingrong, and the others all saluted. Their eyes were filled with shock. They had all heard that in the battle a few days ago, this terrifying trio had killed 9 half-saint experts. Not far away, there were several figures sitting cross-legged. There was no aura fluctuation on their bodies. They were Moon Saint, Jialo Batian, Xian Gu, and the others. Moon Saint, Xian Gu, and the others were secretly moved when they saw the group of young experts in the desolate country. "Old bird, you're in luck. The golden-winged rock clan is going to prosper," Xian Gu said to Jialo Batian, who was beside him. "Ha ha." Jialo Batian laughed heartily, but there was an unconcealable seriousness in his eyes. The great calamity was coming, and the world was going to suffer. Who could truly prosper? Those demon emperors have recovered. "The great calamity is coming," Moon Saint said. "Even you can't divine it?" Xian Gu looked at Moon Saint and asked. Moon Saint shook his head. His body was shrouded in a faint brilliance, giving off a hazy and mysterious feeling. He looked at the tall young man in purple robes in the distance. The sky was a little dark. The faint light poured down like moonlight, making this place look very mysterious. Under such light, the mountains in the distance looked hazy, as if they were covered with a layer of gauze. The shadows were indistinct, and several towering trees stood tall like giants. Su Muxin stood there quietly. Her purple dress fluttered slightly, and her skin was as white as snow. She looked into the distance. Her eyes were like morning dew, clear and flowing with multicolored light, but they were inexplicably enchanting, with a soul-stirring beauty. "You've been standing there for a long time," Su Muxin suddenly said. "You've been standing there for a long time too." Her voice was moving, like a clear and delicate voice. Dongli Qingqing walked out from behind a towering tree. Her hair was tied up in a blue bun, and her tall and slender figure outlined a moving curve under her tight clothes. Her whole person exuded a faint spiritual aura. "Why are you here?" Su Muxin didn't turn around. She knew who it was. Her voice was calm, but this calmness also concealed the fluctuations in her heart. Dongli Qingqing walked to Su Muxin's side. Her skin was like cream, and there was a hint of pink in her snow-white skin. Her red lips parted slightly. "I was just walking around. I didn't expect you to be here too." When these two beautiful women stood together, neither overshadowed the other's brilliance, but each had her own merits. One was like a fairy, noble and unparalleled. The other was charming, but dignified and noble. Just these two women alone were enough to cause waves in the heart of any man in the world. The two women stood together, and neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After a moment, the two women spoke at the same time, and their eyes met. Su Muxin looked at Dongli Qingqing, smiled, and said, "You go first." I know about his relationship with you, Dongli Qingqing said, looking to the side. There was a figure in the distance, and he seemed to have been sitting there for a long time. Chapter 2060. Translator. H2DH2 Mister, I don't have much to do with him. Don't worry, I won't affect you, Su Muxin said softly with a smile. No, that's not what I meant. Dongli Qingqing hurriedly waved her hands and shook her head. She looked at Su Muxin seriously, her eyes enchanting on that fairy-like face as she said, What I meant was, if you want, I can leave. Ha. Hearing this, Su Muxin instantly smiled. Looking at Dongli Qingqing, she asked, Why? Could it be that your heart isn't with him? Dongli Qingqing's expression was silent for a while. How could she not know that he was sitting there alone, probably in a difficult position? Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, and Ouyang Shuang were all here. There was a trace of haziness in Qingguang's beautiful eyes, seeming both real and illusory. Dongli Qingqing looked at that figure in the distance and said softly, He seems to be in a difficult position. I don't want to put him in a difficult position. Hearing this, Su Muxin lifted her delicate head slightly, her bright eyes looking at the woman before her with some surprise. Then, she smiled slightly and said, As far as I know, other than Ouyang Shuang, there is also Qi Yeshi of the school of Yinyang. Dongli Qingqing pursed her red lips and looked at Su Muxin, saying, I know, but I know that you and he have already. You mean I am already his, so you feel that you should let me have him? Su Muxin looked at Dongli Qingqing, her eyes like limpid autumn waters. She waved her hand slightly, her purple muslin dress fluttering like butterfly wings. Her slender fingers fluttered lightly, and a trace of a smile appeared on her lips as she said, Silly girl, that time between him and I was just an accident. We both had no choice. I have nothing to do with him, so you don't have to give in for anyone. Hearing Su Muxin's words, Dongli Qingqing was slightly taken aback, clearly very surprised. Su Muxin's lips were still smiling. She suddenly leaned close to Dongli Qingqing's delicate ear and said softly, You little girl, do you really think that brat is only related to the two of us? That brat doesn't seem like the kind of person who can't sit idly by. Who knows, Ouyang Shuang, Qi Yeshi, and even some of the other women, might even be related to him, right? Su Muxin hearing Su Muxin's Dongli Qingqing's, Dongli Qingqing's, hers Qingqing's, Dongli Qingqing, is it Su? Really? Ha, Su Muxin giggled. A gust of wind blew over, blowing her hair up, adding to her bewitching charm. She was so beautiful that it moved one's heart and soul. Looking at Su Muxin, whose eyelashes were raised and her beautiful eyes were clear, Dongli Qingqing secretly sized up the stunning woman in front of her. She felt that under her bewitching charm, it wasn't that she was unapproachable, just that she was a little proud and aloof. This kind of pride and aloofness was as untainted as mud. I'll call you Big Sister Muxin in the future. Dongli Qingqing's face had a sweet smile. Su Muxin was taken aback. She raised her head slightly and looked straight at her with her bright eyes. She asked, Why? You should be a few years older than me. This is how it should be, Dongli Qingqing said with a smile. It's up to you. Su Muxin's bright eyes moved slightly. A moment later, she smiled slightly, and her tender feelings were quietly revealed. Big Sister Muxin, do you really not have him in your heart? He said before that you are his woman. Dongli Qingqing asked with a smile, looking at Su Muxin. Su Muxin's bright eyes moved slightly. There was a kind of emotion in her clear eyes for no reason. It was bottomless, but there was a kind of power that could take one's soul. It seemed very ethereal and distant. How could she not know that whether it was Ouyang Shuang, who was his friend for a long time, Qi Yeshi, who was from an illustrious family, or Dongli Qingqing, who was extraordinary in front of her, they could all help him a lot. And what could she do to help him? She had to rely on his protection all the time. I'm not suitable for him. After a long time, Su Muxin raised her eyes slightly and smiled bewitchingly. Her beautiful eyes were blurred. But he has you in his heart. Dongli Qingqing heard her words. As a woman, she didn't know what she was thinking, but she could more or less understand that feeling. Dongli Qingqing smiled faintly and continued, I can also feel that big sister Muxin has him in her heart. Although he has a glib tongue, he is very popular with women. Qingqing, big sister Muxin. As Dongli Qingqing's voice fell, many beautiful figures appeared. They were Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Du Shaoqing, Qi Yeshi, Huang Ling Huang Wu, Tang Miling, Du Xiaoman, Jialo Kaling, and others. Why are you all here? Looking at the women, Su Muxin and Dongli Qingqing looked at each other. Their expressions changed slightly, and they smiled beautifully. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on a huge rock. This was the peak, and he could overlook the surroundings. He could vaguely see many figures in the distance. Releasing his consciousness, Du Xiaofu felt many powerful auras. There were even some familiar auras in the distance. Many people have come. Squinting his eyes, Du Xiaofu looked around. At this moment, almost all the strong cultivators in the world had gathered. They had all come for the eternal tomb, and there were many powerful auras among them. However, Du Xiaofu didn't find any traces of people from the devil religion. There was no trace of Moksha, Jialo Juexiao, and the others. There was also no aura of his sister, Du Xiaojing. Raising his head and looking into the distance, Du Xiaofu's gaze was rather dazed. His master, the artifact sovereign Xiahou Fenglei, was still in the hands of the demonic cult, and his mother was still in the school of legalism. Even with his current cultivation, he still felt helpless. Master, mother, once I step into the saint realm, I will move again. Du Xiaofu's fists slowly clenched in the sleeves of his purple robe. His dazed eyes flashed with determination. No matter what, he had to rescue his mother and save his master. The current Du Xiaofu could be considered one of the strongest cultivators in the world. There was no one in the same generation who could be his match. Once he broke through to the saint realm, Du Xiaofu felt that with the means he would be able to contend with those saints like the legalism. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and looked behind him. There were quite a number of beautiful figures there. Their alluring curves were enough to move one's heart. However, Du Xiaofu's expression was a little worried. What, you don't dare to go over? A handsome face and a straight figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. He sat down directly beside Du Xiaofu. It was Du Tingxian. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and retracted his gaze. He looked at his father beside him. Over the years, the contours of his face had deepened and carried with them a sense of vicissitudes. It was obvious that his father had gone through a lot over the years. However, he had become more cheerful and no longer had the decadence he had when he was in Stone City. Can't I come? Du Tingxian glanced at Du Xiaofu, then looked into the distance. After a while, he said, the heavenly devil battlefield should be opening soon. Be careful then. The legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons won't give up. I will. You too. Du Xiaofu nodded. He knew that the legalism, the dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal would not give up. However, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. With his grandfather, Jialo Batian, and the others, the saints from the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons could do nothing. Even if he was alone, with his current cultivation, Du Xiaofu was confident that he was no longer a sitting duck. However, he was worried about the people around him. The legalism, the dragons, and the others had already made a move against Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing. They were clearly targeting him. Once they had the chance, they would probably make a move against anyone related to the desolate country. Is there any news about Xiaojing? Du Tingxian asked. I saw her not long ago. Du Xiaofu knew that his father was worried about his sister, Xiaojing, and said, with Xiaojing's strength, she shouldn't be in too much danger. Perhaps she is waiting somewhere to enter the heavenly devil battlefield. When I break through to the saint realm, I will bring my mother back to the desolate country, Du Xiaofu continued. Du Tingxian turned around and patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder. The black hair on his back moved, and he seemed to be in a good mood. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing his white teeth. There was a look of determination in his eyes as he said, I believe that day won't be too long away. Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked at the smiling face in front of him and was a little surprised. What's wrong? Sensing Du Xiaofu's surprise, Du Tingxian was a little puzzled. In my memory, I have never seen you smile before. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. In his memory, he had never seen such a smile on his father's face. Ha! Du Tingxian laughed, then looked at the place where many beautiful figures were gathered in the distance. He raised his eyebrows and said softly, Aren't we going to say hello? This, following Du Tingxian's gaze, Du Xiaofu looked in that direction. There were many beautiful women chatting about something. Occasionally there was laughter, and it was like the sound of nature. I think it's all good. As a man, don't let others down, and don't let down their feelings. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Tingxian patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder heavily twice. He stood up, flung his robe, and strode away. Du Xiaofu stood up, looked in that direction, and muttered softly, It's better not to go over. Boom! Suddenly, a ray of light shot up to the sky. In the vast distance, a vast expanse of ruins appeared like a mirage. Du Xiaofu immediately looked into the distance and squinted his eyes. The sky and earth there seemed to be covered by dark clouds. There were broken walls and rubble everywhere. It was an ancient battlefield. On the ancient battlefield, broken peaks stood tall. Mountains and rivers were broken. All kinds of sounds seemed to pass through the ancient time and space. It was as if the sounds of gods were chanting. Such sounds seemed to have a power that burned one's soul. It made one's heart unable to calm down. For no reason, the blood in one's body was boiling, and one's mind was restless. Buzz, buzz. The ancient battlefield was filled with dazzling light that shone on many majestic and dilapidated palaces. Even through the distorted space, one could feel the terrifying and vast aura emanating from the treasures. They were definitely precious treasures. The eyes of the wild creatures were red, and their auras were surging. However, this time, no creatures approached. A few days ago, many experts had been killed. It was still vivid in everyone's mind, and they were afraid. Chapter 2061. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. This time, the ancient battlefield appeared for quite some time before disappearing again. I can feel the aura my father left in there. Little Xingxing's figure appeared beside Du Xiaofu, his eyes glowing with golden flames. Be careful when the time comes, Du Xiaofu said. The Tomb of Eternity was already the center of the heavenly devil battlefield. This place was left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 sectors, so it was not strange to have the aura of Little Xingxing's father, the dragon god. Little Xingxing nodded, then pouted and said, Where's Du Xiaoyao? She's not back yet? Not long after Du Xiaoyao came out of the desolate space. He said that he had something to do and left this place. Du Xiaofu wasn't too worried about Du Xiaoyao. With his strength and means, even a Sage Realm expert wouldn't be able to touch him easily. Moreover, there were Sage Realm experts everywhere. Those Sage Realm experts would have great scruples if they wanted to make a move. Don't talk about her. She's back now. Du Xiaofu was about to shake his head when he suddenly smiled. Whoosh! There was the sound of something breaking through the air. From the foot of the mountain, a figure swept over. The person's golden robes fluttered slightly, and his golden eyes glowed. He had the aura of a king for no reason. Who else could it be but Du Xiaoyao? Where did you go? The Tomb of Eternity should be opening soon. Little Xingxing asked Du Xiaoyao curiously. I went to see some acquaintances. Du Xiaoyao then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I went to the demon realm and some things happened. I'll tell you the details later. It's not a bad thing. I just met some acquaintances. If necessary, they will help us when the time comes. The demon realm. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He knew what kind of place the demon realm was. It was the most mysterious place in the Kyushu realm of the three continents. It was the heaven and hell of demon spirit. Du Xiaofu was not surprised that someone from the demon realm had come here. Listening to Du Xiaoyao's words, he guessed that after Little Star entered the Spirit Sparrow Terrace with the Phoenix clan, he went to the Taoist school, Confucian school, Yin Yang school, and other places to comprehend. Du Xiaoyao should have gone to the demon realm, and it seemed that something had happened in the demon realm. From Du Xiaoyao's tone, Du Xiaofu felt that the people from the demon realm seemed to be friends with Du Xiaoyao, not enemies. At this moment in the heavenly devil battlefield, there were many benefits for him, or at least no disadvantages. The surrounding wilderness gradually regained its calm. Countless living beings also quieted down, waiting for the eternal tomb to truly open. At a hidden spot there were two mysterious figures. They wore robes and hats and wore black pattern masks. Only their eyes were exposed. They stood there, occasionally looking at a mountain peak in front of them. He can actually kill a half-saint already. One of the figures spoke. He was tall and straight, and there was a cold light in his eyes. His voice was cold, and a faint evil spirit surged from his body. There will always be a chance. We've waited for so long. Let's wait a little longer. There will always be a chance, the other person spoke. His eyes were long and narrow, and his voice was low. That's right. We've waited for so long. There will always be a chance. When the time comes, I'll definitely make him beg for death. On the mountain peak, the disciples of the barren country, the golden-winged great rocks, the Phoenix clan and other forces sat cross-legged. They all closed their eyes and rested, keeping themselves in peak condition at all times. The towering tree had no leaves, but the trunk was not dry. There were also strange vines that wrapped around it like vigorous dragons. There was an evil spirit fluctuation at the top of the tree, which made the experts present secretly wary. A man in purple robes stood at the top of the tree. His posture was elegant, and his handsome face looked slightly into the distance. There was a cold, sharp curve to his face. His jet-black eyes were like black holes, filled with an enchanting luster. I'm very curious. What's the next level for you? Du Xiaofu asked. He floated to the side of the purple-robed man and looked at him curiously. He didn't know what level this guy would reach if he broke through again. Jiangchen raised his head. The outline of his face was impeccable, and his long hair flowed down his back like flowing water. He didn't even turn his head. Actually, I'm very curious too. Yes. So, you don't know either? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. This guy had already reached the level of the Golden Fur Ho. Judging from the strength he had displayed not long ago, he had definitely reached the level where he could kill dragons and swallow clouds. However, in comparison, he should be at the corresponding level of the domain realm. Other creatures could step into the Saint Martial realm, but he did not know what kind of terrifying existence this guy was at the next level. Jiangchen shook his head. I know a little, but I don't know. That level is very difficult. It won't be easy to reach. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. Other creatures found it difficult to reach the Saint Martial realm. If this guy wanted to take another step, it wouldn't be easy either. But in his heart, Du Xiaofu had some expectations. According to legend, when zombies reached the final level, they would become immortal, and indestructible. They could enter and exit the realms of Yin and Yang, and travel up the 9 heavens and down into the netherworld. Although their bodies were lifeless, they could roam the world as freely as gods. Someone's here to see you. Yes. Jiangchen turned his head and smiled at Du Xiaofu. He nodded calmly, then turned and left. Watching Jiangchen's departing figure, Du Xiaofu turned his head. A beautiful figure was flying in his direction. Beneath her cyan robes was a graceful curve. Her face was devastatingly beautiful, and her eyes were black and translucent. That girl seems to have improved quite a bit. Her concealed aura couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. She'd improved tremendously, even surpassing Du Xiaofu's estimations. Du Xiaofu was stunned. Xiaofu. The beautiful figure flickered a few times, then appeared at the top of a tree and landed beside Du Xiaofu. Her beautiful eyes flickered. Who else could it be but Ouyang Shuang? Where's Jiangchen? Why did he leave as soon as he saw me? He's always been like that. Du Xiaofu smiled. Jiangchen seemed to prefer to be alone. It wasn't easy for him to hang out with so many people. You seem to have improved quite a bit. Ouyang Shuang's gentle face frowned slightly. She seemed rather puzzled. I don't know why, but it seems that ever since that strange thing appeared, cultivation has become much easier. I'll think of a way to figure it out. Du Xiaofu frowned. He knew Ouyang Shuang was talking about the mysterious stone in his Naiwen palace. That night they'd had a lovely night. Who would have guessed that the stone would burrow its way into Ouyang Shuang's stomach? Don't worry. I can sense that the stone doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. Ouyang Shuang gently tugged on Du Xiaofu's hand. She wasn't too worried. After all this time, the stone seemed to be beneficial to her. It even gave her a strange feeling. Chapter 2062. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. That feeling was like nurturing a mystery. I'll ask my master when I see him. Perhaps I'll know its identity then, Ouyang Shuang said with a smile. Du Xiaofu nodded. That was the only way. Ouyang Shuang's master was that mysterious old madman, as mysterious as Fu Yibai. Perhaps he knew the identity of the mysterious stone and had a way to take it out of Ouyang Shuang's body. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang hesitated for a moment before saying, "You seem to be avoiding us. Is it because of Sister Muxin, Qingqing, Yi Shi and me?" This, Du Xiaofu's palm gently caressed the soft and slender hand in his palm, feeling a little awkward. It wasn't that he was avoiding them, but that they were all on the same mountain at this moment, and they were all together. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel a little unsure of how to deal with this. Although in his heart, Du Xiaofu had already determined that they were all his women, he did not know how to face them when they were gathered together. "I know what you're thinking. There's no need to think too much. I can accept it all," Ouyang Shuang said. Ouyang Shuang said. She had long heard of this matter and knew about it. After thinking about it for a long time, she knew that this day would come sooner or later. Over the past few days when they were together, although there was laughter and laughter, there was an unknowingly awkward atmosphere. "Thank you for your understanding and magnanimity." Du Xiaofu gently squeezed the slender hand in his palm, understanding the meaning behind Ouyang Shuang's words. He did not expect Ouyang Shuang to have such an attitude. Among Su Muxin, Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yi Shi and Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu had always felt that Ouyang Shuang was the most difficult to deal with. "I'm not being magnanimous. I just know that you've already incurred a debt of love. Don't let her down." Ouyang Shuang gently twisted her slender waist, soft as though she had no bones. Her face was slightly flushed as she leaned on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. She closed her large and beautiful eyes, feeling the aura that made her feel warm and at ease. She took a deep breath and her words began to contain a warning. "But in the future, don't owe me any more love debts. Otherwise, I'll be the first to not let you off." "No, I definitely won't." Du Xiaofu helplessly smiled. As he gazed at the lady on his shoulder, a warm feeling surged in his heart. His arm gently wrapped around her soft and slender waist as he gently buried his head in her soft and silky hair. That faint fragrance was a kind of warmth as he whispered into her ear, "I already owe you enough. It's good that you know. With Sister Muxin, Qingqing, and Yeshi, all of them are peerless beauties in the world. What are you still not satisfied with? You're lucky." Ouyang Shuang lifted her head and glared at Du Xiaofu, but her large eyes were filled with love. "Are you sure you're not taking advantage of me?" Du Xiaofu said with a smile. "Do you want to get beaten up?" Ouyang Shuang immediately clenched her fists and puffed up her cheeks. This guy was obviously using the matter between her and Murong Yoroa as a joke. Du Xiaofu clenched her fists and said with a smile, "That's not what I meant. I just don't know how Yoroa is now. I've asked Xingyu. Sister Yoroa has always been with Master Xingyu. Everything is fine," Ouyang Shuang said. "That's good," Du Xiaofu said softly. His eyes were slightly narrowed. The desolate country owed him a lot. "It's still early. Is there anyone who dares to fight with me?" Suddenly, such a voice resounded in the void. It was mixed with profound qi and reverberated in the sky. It was loud enough to spread in all directions and rumbled in the ears of all living creatures. This voice shook the spirits, causing many living creatures who were resting with their eyes closed to open their eyes. Their gazes were suffused with brilliance as they looked in the direction of the voice. Whoosh! Lightning flashed there. Someone stood up and slowly walked into the void. His figure was hazy and his hair fluttered. There were dazzling electric arcs on his body. The figure walked into the void. It was an extremely young man who looked like he was in his 30s. He had an extraordinary temperament and wore a battle robe. He looked extraordinary. "It's Xiang Wushuang. Xiang Wushuang is finally going to challenge. I knew he wouldn't be able to endure such a battle." When the man walked out, the aura in the surroundings surged. Discussions gathered and spread in all directions. "Very strong. Who is he?" Du Xiaofu looked at the man in battle robes in the distance. The other party seemed to be deliberately restraining his aura. Even if he wanted to spy on him, it was extremely hazy. However, there was no doubt that he exuded an incomparably strong feeling. This feeling of strength made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. Xiang Wushuang stood in the void and looked down at the living creatures in the mountain range. His voice was like thunder as he said slowly, "Could it be that there are so many people here, but no one dares to fight with me?" His voice reverberated, and it was very ear-piercing. Many people trembled, but it seemed that no one dared to step forward. "Too arrogant. I'm Yuan Yen of the Ancient Flame Ape Clan. I'm here to fight you." In the end, someone accepted the challenge. A figure flew into the air. Without a doubt, the newcomer immediately became the center of attention. Many people were carefully sizing him up. Their gazes were focused on the newcomer. It was a young man with a rough appearance. He wore a red battle armor that emitted a dazzling light. His temperament was extraordinary, and his aura was extraordinary. The Ancient Flame Ape Clan used to be a large clan in the Beast region, but it declined later on. Yuan Yen, a paragon from the Ancient Flame Ape Clan. The Ancient Flame Ape Clan blocked the news of him. He rose to prominence in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. It's said that he once defeated the outstanding members of the 9 great clans. He's the hope of the Ancient Flame Ape Clan. I know this Yuan Yen. He's very extraordinary. He's a terrifying paragon. Many people looked at the young man in red armor and sighed in admiration. This time, the Ancient Flame Ape Clan had produced a powerful junior. If nothing unexpected happened, the Ancient Flame Ape Clan would definitely rise to prominence. Yuan Yen stood in the air. His body was dazzling as he looked at Xiang Wushuang. "I haven't heard of the Ancient Flame Ape Clan in a long time. However, you're not qualified to fight me." Xiang Wushuang looked at Yuan Yen calmly and said, "I'm looking for someone who's truly qualified to fight me. You can leave now." Xiang Wushuang's calm gaze was the most disdainful contempt in Yuan Yan's eyes. "Some people say that you were very strong in the past, but I don't believe them. This is no longer your era." As soon as his voice fell, Yuan Yen released his aura, and a blazing energy spread out from the crimson battle armor on his body. "He's almost at the Nirvana reincarnation level." Sensing Yuan Yan's aura, the surrounding people were shocked. Yuan Yan's aura was fully released. His cultivation level was almost at the Nirvana reincarnation level. Yuan Yen wasn't very old, but his cultivation level was enough to prove his talent. Furthermore, He was a Nirvana paragon. He was absolutely terrifying. Let's see if you're as extraordinary as they say. Yuan Yan's body was covered in red battle armor. His eyes seemed to spit fire. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura soared and shook the void. A claw formed and penetrated the void, leaving 5 faintly discernible claw marks in the void. Pfft! The claw mark that tore through the void was accompanied by blazing fire talisman runes. It crushed toward Xiang Wushuang. Xiang Wushuang looked at Yuan Yin calmly. He didn't show any emotion. However, just as the claw mark was about to tear through the void and reach Xiang Wushuang, an electric arc rippled under his feet. A monstrous aura suddenly surged out. Boom! At the same time, Xiang Wushuang didn't look up. Instead, the profound qi in his body surged out. He shook his arm, and electric arcs flowed around his fist. He waved his hand and punched out. This punch directly cracked the space within the space like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the fist print directly collided with the claw print, and the surrounding space was completely distorted. Rumble! Rumble! Such a powerful collision caused the void to shatter. Electric arcs and flames shot out. Yuan Yan's body plummeted from the void. He spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground below like a meteor. Gulp! After a short moment of silence, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths rose and fell one after another. Yuan Yan had been defeated in an instant. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Whoosh whoosh! On the mountain peak, many figures flew over from afar and landed on the treetops. There were quite a few of them. They were Qi Yishi, Su Muxin, Huang Wu, Huang Ling Jialo Kaling, Jialo Jueyu, Du Yunlong, Jiangchen, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Zi Xian, Dongli Qingqing, Mo Tianshao, Lian Qingrong, and other young supreme prodigies. I didn't expect Xiang Wushuang to really challenge us, Feng Chu said. She landed beside Du Xiaofu and looked at Xiang Wushuang in the void. Her eyes rippled. Who's Xiang Wushuang? Du Xiaofu had never heard of this person before. But judging from his strength and Feng Chu's surprised expression, this person was definitely not simple. It's normal that you haven't heard of him. He's very ancient, said Qi Yishi. Starlight narrowed her eyes and told Du Xiaofu about Xiang Wushuang's origins. Xiang Wushuang had risen to fame even earlier than Mo Tianshao, Lian Qingrong and the others. 6,000 years ago, Xiang Wushuang had swept through all his peers and was the most dazzling expert of his generation. That guy is very strong and likes to fight. Lian Qingrong had only heard rumors of Xiang Wushuang's snow-white robes. By the time he'd appeared, Xiang Wushuang had already disappeared. Which clan does this Xiang Wushuang come from? Du Xiaofu was curious. Xiang Wushuang had the aura of a beast. He wanted to know which great beast clan he came from. Xiang Wushuang comes from the primordial Thunder Elephant clan. There are saints in his clan. They're nearby, said Qi Yishi. He's from the primordial Thunder Elephant clan. Du Xiaofu had heard of the primordial Thunder Elephant clan. They were definitely not weaker than the Devil Vulture clan or the Heavenly Serpent clan. They were very strong, but very few of them appeared in the world. While Du Xiaofu and the others were talking, Yen Yen of the Ancient Flame Ape clan crawled out of the rubble. He was dripping with blood and looked extremely miserable. Blood dripped from his palm. Chapter 2063. Looking at Xiang Wushuang in the sky, Yuan Yen was dumbfounded. He had wanted to use Xiang Wushuang as a stepping stone to make a name for himself. However, Yuan Yen had never imagined that he would be defeated so miserably. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. You overestimate yourself. Xiang Wushuang still didn't look at Yuan Yen. His gaze slowly swept across the surroundings. In the end, it wasn't clear whether it was intentional or not, but his gaze landed on the mountain peak where the desolate country was. Looking at it from afar, he said, Demon King Du Xiaofu, let's fight. His voice reverberated through the void like thunder. So Xiang Wushuang's target is the Demon King Du Xiaofu. The demon king Du Xiaofu is definitely the strongest person under the Saint Realm. It's not strange that Xiang Wushuang wants to fight the demon king Du Xiaofu. It's said that although the demon king Du Xiaofu killed several half-step saints, he also suffered heavy injuries. I'm afraid he hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. So Xiang Wushuang actually wanted to fight the demon king Du Xiaofu. This was definitely the battle that everyone was looking forward to the most. In an instant, many people looked at the mountain peak where the desolate country was located, waiting for the most anticipated battle. Many figures were sitting cross-legged in a spacious area. The first was an elegant woman whose eyes were originally closed. Even when Yuan Yen and Xiang Wushuang attacked, she did not move at all. But at this moment she opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of spirit and there was an aura of liveliness about them. Beside the elegant woman, there was another woman who seemed to be slightly smaller. She sat cross-legged and her figure was curvy. Her dreamy purple hair shone so brightly that it could reflect her beauty. She was also extremely beautiful. She stared at the mountain peak in front of her and murmured, "Will that fellow act?" At the top of the towering tree, Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, Dongli Qingqing, and the others also frowned slightly. They followed Jialo Juyu and Mo Tianxiao to look at Du Xiaofu. "Father, that guy actually dared to challenge you." Little Xingxing pouted, clearly very unhappy. From the looks of it, they came prepared. Ouyang Shuang said, "Don't worry about it. Everyone, prepare to enter the eternal tomb." Under the astonished gazes of Lian Qingrong, Mo Tianxiao, Feng Han and Huang Wu, Du Xiaofu actually said such words, and then his figure jumped down from the towering tree. Unparalleled elephant. Du Xiaoyao stared at Xiang Wushuang. Her golden eyes flashed as she followed after Du Xiaofu. Looking at Du Xiaofu's departing figure, young Feng, Feng Han, Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, and the others were astonished. They all smiled wryly. Up in the void, Xiang Wushuang's calm expression changed when he saw that there was no movement from the mountain peak for a long time. Xiang Wushuang didn't think that the person on the mountain peak couldn't hear him. The only explanation was that the other party didn't intend to pay attention to him. Thousands of years ago, he had once swept through his peers with peerless talent. Now that he had reappeared, he wasn't interested in ordinary supremes. He didn't even put them in his eyes. However, Xiang Wushuang had noticed the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Those rumors had aroused his battle intent. Xiang Wushuang wanted to fight with the demon king, Du Xiaofu, to test himself. With his status, taking the initiative to issue a challenge, it was clear that his battle intent was strong. However, the other party didn't respond. To Xiang Wushuang, this was tantamount to humiliation. From the beginning until now, even the supremes of the 9 great clans, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the others did not dare to disregard him like this. But now, this human Du Xiaofu did not care about him at all. Xiang Wushuang looked at the mountain peak in the distance, but he had no intention of approaching. His hair fluttered, and his eyes flickered with electricity. Xiang Wushuang didn't speak again. Instead, he turned and left. It seems that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, is still recuperating. He doesn't dare to fight because he hasn't recovered yet. It's possible that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, doesn't want to fight with Xiang Wushuang. The battle that everyone was looking forward to didn't happen. Everyone was discussing it with disappointment. In the open space, the elegant violet lotus fairy closed her eyes again. Her beautiful figure was wrapped in a faint purple glow. "Has that guy become a coward?" The beautiful woman at the side pouted. Her beautiful eyes flickered with spiritual light as she muttered to herself, "I wonder how the little fellow is doing now." Such a commotion quickly subsided. Not long after, there were still a few scattered creatures descending. However, it did not attract much attention. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu did not continue his seclusion. Instead, he waited for the eternal tomb to open. He studied Du Xiaowang out of curiosity. But this result shocked Du Xiaofu. as expected of the supreme ant phoenix that was rumored to not be much weaker than a true phoenix. It was too powerful. Before the old ant emperor died, he used a secret technique to disperse his cultivation into Du Xiaohuang's body. After the nirvana transformation, Du Xiaohuang directly became a supreme nirvana cultivator and stepped into the nirvana stage of nirvana. This made Du Xiaofu feel a little helpless. Thinking back to when he had stepped into the nirvana of true self, he had spent a lot of effort and experienced a lot of training. Even little Star had not had it easy. But Du Xiaohuang, this little fellow, had done it easily. Grandpa, Grandma, 3 seniors. On the mountain peak, under the ancient tree, Du Xiaofu paid his respects to his grandfather Jialo Batian, his grandmother Jialo Maluo, Xian Gu, Moon Saint, and the Saint Realm expert of the Phoenix clan. He learned that the Saint Realm expert of the Phoenix clan was Saint Feng Qi. Unbelievable. Saint Feng Qi gazed at Du Xiaofu with extreme surprise. His embroidered clothes were fluctuating with flame runes, and he was suffused with the aura of an exalt for no reason. How long has it been, yet the injuries of this kid before me seem to have completely recovered. This is too abnormal. Xiang Wushuang is extraordinary and extremely belligerent. I'm afraid he won't let it go. Grandma Jialo reminded Du Xiaofu. She knew Xiang Wushuang's background and that he was extraordinary. Du Xiaofu had refused his challenge, so Xiang Wushuang would not let it go so easily. Just don't provoke me. Du Xiaofu grinned. The immemorial Thunder Elephant clan is not simple. They have a history. An old man from the clan is also here, and he has some friendship with me. Jialo Batian looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. But just don't suffer a loss. I understand. Du Xiaofu nodded. The meaning of Jialo Batian's words was obvious. He would give the immemorial Thunder Elephant clan some face, but only if he didn't suffer a loss. Du Xiaofu then explained his purpose in coming here. He wanted to seek advice from Saint Realm experts like Jialo Batian, Moon Saint, Xian Gu, and Feng Qi Saint. He wanted to improve as soon as possible. The Saint Realm is transcendence. Saint Feng Qi smiled and said to Du Xiaofu. The Saint Realm is flawless. Xian Gu said. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of time. Jialo Batian told Du Xiaofu. The Saint Realm is the true self. If you can destroy even the slightest bit of falsehood, you will be able to prove your path to the Saint Realm. Like a mirror removing a speck of dust, a ray of light will appear. If you can destroy all falsehood, then everything will return to perfection. That is the Saint Realm. Jialo Batian continued. Everything becomes the Saint Realm. The 6 directions are the heart of the mirror, the one who comes and goes, 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 the one who is the Saint Realm. Moon Saint said. His hazy figure emitted a light as he quietly sat cross-legged, giving off a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Du Xiaofu listened to the 4 saints and seemed to have understood something. His eyes were contemplating as if he was in a daze. Many thanks, grandfather. Many thanks to the 3 seniors. Du Xiaofu was in a daze like this for an entire 4 hours before he woke up. He knew that he had benefited greatly, and he left with a happy expression on his face. There's something very important. Not long after, a few young men and women found Du Xiaofu. Their faces were serious. Although they weren't as outstanding as Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, or Huang Linger, they were definitely extraordinary. You can say it, Du Xiaofu said. These extraordinary young men and women were Gu Xinyan, General, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Black Eagle, Tang Wu, Cloud-Chasing Swallow, Yi Feiyu, and the other leading figures of Tianwu Academy. They had already gathered here. At this moment, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others had long been surpassed by Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and Ouyang Shuang. They were also inferior to Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, and Dongfang Qingmu. However, it was undeniable that Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others were definitely geniuses of the younger generation. It was just that there were too many geniuses around them that were drowned out by their brilliance. During this period of time, we found some corpses and remains in the heavenly devil battlefield, and obtained some clues. Gu Xinyan's slightly tight-fitting red clothes revealed her graceful figure. Her beautiful eyes looked at Du Xiaofu with ripples of light in them. Pausing for a moment, Gu Xinyan spoke very slowly. We believe that many of our Tianwu Academy seniors must have died in the heavenly devil battlefield. I've heard some rumors in the academy that our Tianwu Academy has an extremely ancient heritage. Therefore, we suspect that if there really was a Tianwu Academy in ancient times, it's very likely that many of our Tianwu Academy seniors also existed in the heavenly devil battlefield during the great calamity of the world. What? Du Xiaofu was astonished. Many seniors of Tianwu Academy had died in the heavenly devil battlefield, leaving behind corpses, remains, and clues. This was almost enough to prove that Tianwu Academy had already existed in ancient times. Du Xiaofu naturally wouldn't doubt the judgment of Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others. Du Xiaofu also remembered what the artifact soul in the ancient desolate space had said. The original owner of the ancient desolate space was the principal of Tianwu Academy. He established Tianwu Academy in a desolate land and shocked the world ever since. Later on, the world suffered a great calamity. Countless experts had fallen, and many ancient creatures had suffered. Even the principal of Tianwu Academy couldn't escape from the calamity. We've obtained some clues. Perhaps the great calamity of the world is closely related to Tianwu Academy. Wu Kei said to Du Xiaofu. Chapter 2064. Everyone, be careful when the time comes. Du Xiaofu said to the crowd as he fell into deep thought. The desolate ancient space that he possessed was only a fragment of the original desolate ancient space. From what he learned from the artifact's soul back then, the current desolate ancient space only occupied a small portion of the original desolate ancient space. It was far from being comparable to its peak. Back when Tianwu Academy was destroyed, the artifact's soul of the desolate ancient space was ambushed by a powerful expert, causing it to collapse in the end. Before Du Xiaofu merged with the desolate ancient space, it said that the principal of Tianwu Academy might still be alive in this world. If Du Xiaofu could merge with the complete desolate ancient space and become an expert, he would be able to help the principal of Tianwu Academy escape from the calamity. A moment later, Du Xiaofu went to look for Qi Yeshi. Given Qi Yeshi's identity when she entered Tianwu Academy, Du Xiaofu guessed that the Yinyang school would definitely know a thing or two about Tianwu Academy. I only found out about it from my clan. Tianwu Academy's origins are mysterious. Before the calamity struck, it once illuminated the 3 continents and the Kyushu region. It's impossible for it to be inferior to the dragons, phoenixes, and the 9 great clans. Back then, my clan arranged for me to enter Tianwu Academy to search for a treasure that might be related to the heavenly devil battlefield. However, who would have thought that the academy would? Qi Yeshi told Du Xiaofu everything she knew. She was very sad. She also had deep feelings for Tianwu Academy. When Tianwu Academy was in danger, Qi Yeshi asked for help from the experts in her clan. However, it was already too late. It's very complicated. Du Xiaofu frowned. Back then, the 9 great clans, the dragons, and the phoenixes were implicated in the calamity. The rulers of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god were involved as well. Now, even Tianwu Academy was related to it. Are there any other secrets in that calamity? Du Xiaofu muttered as he fell into deep thought. Du Xiaofu went to a quiet place and continued to comprehend the words of Feng Qi Saint, Jialo Batian, Moon Sage, Xian Gu, and the others. The sage realm was transcendence. The saint realm was flawless. Destroying a portion of falsehood meant proving a portion of the saint path. Everything would return to perfection, and that was the saint realm. If one is neither round nor holy, if one is not holy, then one is not holy. If one is vast and uniform, then one is holy. Du Xiaofu was deep in thought. He seemed to have comprehended something and was immersed in it. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing were also sitting cross-legged in the distance, each of them comprehending. After a few hours, it was finally time for the eternal tomb to open. Rumble, this time, the sound was exceptionally loud, causing heaven and earth to tremble. A bright moon appeared in the void, accompanied by a vast qi. The sun, the moon, and the stars seemed to be rotating in the void, and the stars moved around. Rumble, the voice that came from ancient times was like the voice of a god. It transcended past and present, coming from the primordial times. The vast void before them trembled. Dazzling light gushed out, and mysterious runes flickered, illuminating the sky. This scene was like a world descending. The vast qi made all the cultivators present, including the saints, feel their hearts beat faster. Their eyes rippled. Hiss, hiss, at this moment, in the mountains all around, many eyes flashed like divine light, looking in the direction of the eternal tomb. On the mountain, Jialobatian, Moon Saint, Xiangu, Saint Fengqi, Jialomola, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and the others stood up and looked in the direction of the sky. The eternal tomb is really opening. Around the wilderness, countless creatures trembled, their eyes red. In the mountains, there was a space of nothingness, barren and dark. Suddenly, the void trembled and the ground shook. There were low roars of beasts coming from afar, shaking people's souls. Whoosh! On top of a mountain, the 9 demon emperor, Mokshao, and the others opened their eyes. Whoosh! Above the void there were 3 huge clusters of demonic clouds covering the sky. They were like clouds that hung from the sky, covering everything. Lightning flashed faintly, and the aura was terrifying. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth stopped fluctuating. The 2 clusters of demonic clouds converged and dissipated. 2 figures floated in the air, one male and one female, one old and one young. The old man was about 60 years old. He had no hair at all, but his bald head was completely black. A wide robe covered his slightly withered body. It swayed back and forth like a woman's long skirt. However, his eyes were a deep dark brown, making people feel as if they were looking into an endless abyss. The woman was not old, about 30 years old. Her body was curvy and her chest was curvy. Her skin was white as snow, and her rosy face was a sharp contrast to the old man's dark bald head. This woman didn't have many clothes on her, only covering the important parts of her body, revealing her fair thighs and deep cleavage. It made people worry that her clothes would be exposed as she walked. This woman was also very beautiful, and had a mature charm. However, there were strange patterns on her beautiful cheeks that covered half of her face. It was like a skull pattern, which added to the strangeness and gave people a sinister feeling. When the 2 appeared, their gazes fell on the huge dark golden-winged great ping not far away in the void. The dark golden runes around the great ping spread out, creating an abyss-like vacuum in the surrounding void. Black light that made people palpitate surged out. On its wings, 36 exceptionally bright dark golden rays shuttled back and forth like lightning, emitting a frightening tyrannical pressure. Greetings to the 8th Demon Emperor! Greetings to the 7th Demon Emperor! When the old man and woman appeared in the void, the 5 people behind Moksha and Mo Lingzi bowed respectfully. Old 7, Old 8. The 9th Demon Emperor shot out, standing together with the old man and woman. However, his gaze also fell on the huge dark golden-winged Great Ping. Berserk energies of the world swept towards the Great Ping like a storm. Rays of energy gushed into the Great Ping's body like light pillars, causing the aura on its body to rise. As the saying goes, the devil rises 10. Transforming into a demonic Ping, your future is boundless. The bald old man spoke. He was the 8th Demon Emperor. Demonic chi gushed out from his dark brown eyes, as if the 9 underworld's demonic gate was about to open. As if it had heard the 8th demon emperor's words, the great Ping screeched. The dark golden runes that blotted the sky started to retract, and finally turned into a human form. Black robes, black hair, a straight nose, and jade-like skin. At this moment, there was an additional layer of dark golden color, adding to its sharp temperament. Jialo Jumi opened his eyes. Dark golden radiance surged, and within those pitch-black pupils, there seemed to be a great Ping spreading its wings. The aura around his body shook the void, causing the void to rumble faintly. In the distant void, the last cluster of demonic clouds was the largest. There were lightning fluctuations, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Demonic chi permeated the void, and in an instant, the world seemed to darken. Gradually, the demonic clouds turned into a huge black shadow that appeared in the void. It was like a black sun, and a black figure stood there. The black figure's eyes were like black holes in the void. Scenes of blood flowing, corpses strewn everywhere, and all living beings wailing in agony appeared. When such a black demonic figure appeared in the sky, roars could be heard from afar. "Greetings, great demon emperor!" Someone bowed. The 9th demon emperor, the 8th demon emperor, and the 7th demon emperor also lowered their heads. The black figure stood in the sky, and his black hole-like eyes looked into the distance. He said, "The eternal tomb is already opening. The last divine lightning cauldron must be obtained." As he spoke, the black figure turned into a black light pillar and swept out. Rumble! The eternal tomb was opening. In the void, it was as though a world was falling, and dazzling light was spewing out. Above the firmament, the stars moved and the mist was dazzling. Then, a huge void passage opened between the bright moon and the bright sun. It was as if a huge hole of light had appeared in the vast firmament. It was a shocking sight to behold. The vast and boundless ancient battlefield could be vaguely seen in the void tunnel. In the middle of the ancient battlefield, in the ruins, there was a huge object that stood there. It was like a heavenly pillar that supported the falling world. Buzz, buzz, divine chants came from the ancient battlefield. Around the void passage, a galaxy appeared. It was as though it was real. The vast aura was about to crush all the living beings present. Those who were not strong enough all knelt on the ground. They were unable to resist the huge aura that came from ancient times. The lightning martial vein in Du Xiaofu's body was surging, and the purple-gold dark thunder in the divine watchtower was rumbling. It was as though they were being pulled by some unknown force. Narrowing his eyes, Du Xiaofu stared at the spatial passageway. The ancient battlefield that appeared was like a world tomb, and the spatial passageway was like the entrance to the world tomb. The sun, the moon, and the stars were connected, and the constellations move. How vast was this? This was simply too grand. It made people feel as if they would enter another world as long as they walked through the spatial passageway. How extravagant! Du Xiaofu was shocked. Only the masters of the 3,000 great worlds could afford such extravagance. The eternal tomb is opening. I can feel it. There are the auras of our ancestors in there. On the surrounding mountains and peaks, many experts and young supreme talents appeared. They were shrouded in light, and there were strange fluctuations. They were surrounded by runes, and the light was dazzling. At this moment, all the experts and supreme talents of the current era began to appear. In the outside world, any one of them would be able to shake a region. After a series of trials and adventures in the heavenly devil battlefield, they had gathered together. This was a grand occasion, and it was their last chance. These supreme talents were all blessed by the heavens. They were all extraordinary and talented. But the most eye-catching thing was on the mountain peak at the front. There, the most dazzling light erupted, and the most supreme talents gathered together. On the mountain peak, Jialo Juyu, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, Huang Linger Mo Tianshao, Dongfang Qingmu, Qi Yeshi, Ouyang Shuang, Su Muxin, and the other supreme talents flew into the void and looked at the entrance to the eternal tomb. Chapter 2065. The entrance to the tomb of eternity was completely opened, and the space seemed to have been forcibly torn apart. The door was so huge that it seemed to encompass half of the sky. The eyes of the wild creatures were red, and there were beast cultivators who reverted to their true forms. The beasts stood like mountains, shining with dazzling light. The birds spread their wings like clouds, and their huge eyes were like small suns. Their auras were powerful and terrifying. But at this moment, no creature dared to enter rashly. None of the creatures who had been able to cultivate until they entered the heavenly devil battlefield and made it to the entrance of the tomb of eternity alive were fools. With the lesson learned, no one dared to enter rashly. The treasures were important, but their lives were more important. Even those who sought riches in danger didn't dare to act rashly at this moment. There here, suddenly, in the air, Moon Saint Jalobatian, Xiangu, and Saint Fengqi looked to the side at almost the same time. Devil religion. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked in the direction where Moon Saint Xiangu and the other cultivators were looking. The purple thunder profound cauldron in his body was fluctuating. Du Xiaofu felt the aura of those from the devil religion. Thick demonic qi swept over from there. The demonic qi was like a storm, permeating the space. In an instant the world seemed to darken. As long as the tomb of eternity was still filled with dazzling light that couldn't be concealed. At this moment, there were many powerful auras in the air all around. Light flashed, and they were all cultivators of the Saint Plane. They were all moved by the devil religion. Walala, billowing demonic qi swept out like a storm, covering the sky and the sun. Many figures were faintly visible in the demonic qi. At the front was a middle-aged man in armor. Mysterious runes flickered on his black armor. There was also a bald old man with a black head and a beautiful woman with a curvy figure. They were all wrapped in demonic qi, and the space around them was constantly distorted. Du Xiaofu stared closely and felt that many of the figures wrapped in demonic qi were looking at him. Moksha Jialo Julike Mo Lingzi. Following those gazes, Du Xiaofu saw Moksha Jialo Jueliao, Mo Lingzi, and other familiar figures. However, there was no doubt that the black-armored middle-aged man, the beautiful woman, and the strange bald old man were much more powerful. Du Xiaofu could sense that the auras of the three of them were probably stronger than the auras of Saint Fengqi them. Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Qi Yi. She noticed the figures behind Moksha. They had fought before. Awoo! The roars of beasts resounded. Many demonic beasts and evil spirits appeared amidst the surging devil qi. Their gazes were terrifying. At this moment, there weren't many demonic beasts and evil spirits, but their auras were extremely powerful. Some of their auras were even on par with peak domain realm experts. These evil spirits and demonic beasts are too strong, Zishuan said. Just the auras of those demonic beasts and evil spirits were already extremely powerful. The evil spirits and demonic beasts they had encountered along the way paled in comparison to this. Don't even think about entering the eternal tomb. Suddenly, such a voice spread out. The void trembled quietly, and a monstrous aura spread out. A bright moon hung in the sky, and moonlight cascaded down like a waterfall. In the center of the light, a moving figure was mysterious and beautiful, hazy and vast. Is Moon Sage going to make a move? Is she going to stop the people of the devil religion from entering the eternal tomb? Yes. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled, and he clenched his fists in his long sleeves. Boom! Moon Sage made her move without any hesitation. Her hazy figure swept out, and wherever she passed, moonlight surged violently. A river of stars appeared, and a huge starlight handprint formed. It was as if the stars were spinning out, and it slapped towards the people of the devil religion. When such a handprint appeared, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into a calm lake. The stars spun, and spatial ripples spread out along with the starlight. The energy of heaven and earth in this part of the world also went berserk, as if the void would collapse at any time. "Little girl, are you still alive?" At the same time, a huge black shadow appeared like a black sun, and a black beam of light swept out from the soul-stealing demonic chi. Woo-woo, within the black beam of light, countless living beings wailed, as if they were carrying the world's resentment and killing intent as they charged down from the demonic realm. Wherever the black beam of light passed, the space trembled, and a pitch-black space swept out along with the demonic chi. The demonic chi was like thick ink floating in the void. It was deep and dark, and it made people shudder. When such two attacks were displayed in the void, all eyes trembled in an instant. All living beings shuddered. Such a vast and terrifying aura was terrifying. Under everyone's gaze, the starlight handprint and the demonic chi beam collided in the blink of an eye. Rumble, at the moment when the two collided, a muffled thunderous sound suddenly resounded. The sound waves seemed to have materialized and crazily rippled. Energy ripples and runes spread out from the point of collision. The violent fluctuations shattered the space and stirred up this part of the world. Walala, the spatial ripples were like huge waves in the sea. The world was turned upside down and the sky was shattered. The entire sky was trembling. Energy rushed into the sky, covering the sky. Large amounts of mountains collapsed, and rocks exploded. Cracks crisscrossed on the ground, like a spider web of cracks and ravines. All living beings fled, staying far away. At this moment, the place was in chaos. The cultivators at the domain realm felt their hair stand on end, and even the supreme geniuses were trembling in fear. Even some of the Saint Realm cultivators in the distance were dumbfounded. Their eyes trembled, and each of them was shocked. PFFTT, blood splattered in the void. In the center of the monstrous energy ripples, a beautiful figure staggered back. The starlight was scattered, and her hair fluttered. "Oh no, the Moon Saint is injured." Chi-Yeshi's face turned pale. The Moon Saint was injured in one move. Chi-Yeshi, great ancestor Xinghun, and the other disciples of the school of Yin-Yang suddenly looked serious. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. The Moon Saint had resisted the three saints from the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. It was obvious that his strength was enough to surpass that of ordinary saints. But now, the Moon Saint was injured in one move, and it seemed that the injury was not light. Just how powerful was the attacker? "It's him, the demonic emperor." Du Xiaofu sensed a familiar aura as he looked at the demonic aura that swept out. Back when he and Dongli Qingqing had gone to assist Master Flamespark, the aura of the strongest demon king suppressed in the bottomless chasm was the same as before. However, it was much more powerful than before. Chapter 2066. G. Aolo, just as the Moon Sage was about to retreat, a roar pierced through the clouds. A rain of ink-black runes shot into the sky, undulating above the void, revealing the mysteries of heaven and earth. A huge tortoise appeared in the sky, overlooking the mortal world. Golden light shot out in all directions. A golden-winged rock appeared, like a golden torrent hanging in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. It carried an incomparably domineering aura as it emitted a blazing light, spreading its ferocious aura. 7-colored light descended, and a blazing aura filled the sky. A blazing phoenix spread its wings and covered the sky, emitting the aura of the supreme beast race. This was Xian Gu, Jialobatian, and Feng Qi Saint. They had all transformed into their true forms. With such three supreme beast race experts in the sky, there was no longer any concealment of their aura. Such a terrifying aura caused the sky to tremble, causing the souls of all living beings to tremble, and the demonic beasts to prostrate themselves. "Demon, it's not that easy to enter." At the same time, in the depths of the void, 5 resplendent energy streams seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens. Finally, they intertwined and gathered into a sharp void sword, dazzling the world. Ancient runes rippled and intertwined as it traversed the sky. "It's them. When such a sharp void sword descended from the sky, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He had seen it with his own eyes before. It was the legendary East Deity, West Demon, and other supreme beast race experts. Qi La. Such a sharp void sword seemed to have descended from ancient times, shattering the sky and attracting the attention of all living beings. At this moment, the 9th, 8th, and 7th Demon Emperor's expressions changed. East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict, Central Tongshan, you 5 juniors can no longer stop them. At this moment, a lifeless voice came from the depths of the sky. In an instant, demonic aura surged in the depths of the sky, and the evil aura was oppressive. Qi La, a huge pitch-black claw stretched out, as if it was the most evil thing in the world. It was silent, but it caused all the evil aura in the world to gather at this moment, and the cries of ghosts and gods resounded in all directions. In an instant, it grabbed the void sword. Buzz buzz! The void sword erupted with countless resplendent sword rays, blazing and intertwining, as if the sun, the wind and thunder were endless. Woo woo! Above the demonic claw, demonic qi raged. It was as if there were countless ferocious beasts roaring and hissing. It was filled with a destructive aura. Even though no one had shown themselves, the scale of the battle was even more terrifying than the battle between Moon Saint and Moon Saint. Bang bang! The demonic claws and the sharp swords in the void interweaved. Wind and thunder roared, the dome of heaven turned upside down, and the pressure was shocking. Such might caused great waves to arise in the eyes of Jalobatian, Xian Gu, and the other Saint Realm cultivators in the surroundings. The vast and mighty might seem to tear the entire sky apart. Sword light filled the sky, and ancient secret techniques and methods were densely packed. But in the end it was still crushed by the demonic claw amidst the surging devil qi. Walala, the sword light in the void shattered, and the billowing demonic qi gradually disappeared into the depths of the firmament. The surroundings were deathly silent. All living beings felt their blood run cold, and their souls trembled. Such terrifying might shocked every single living being. All of them were dumbstruck, while their hearts trembled violently. It turned out that there was such a powerful existence in this world that surpassed ordinary Saint Realm cultivators. Du Xiaofu had already seen such a battle with his own eyes. Back then, the mysterious East Deity, West Demon, and other powerful cultivators had already made their move. Beside Du Xiaofu, Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, Jialo Juiyu, and the others were all dumbfounded. That terrifying might just now made these extraordinary supremes feel a deep sense of danger in the depths of their souls. That might just now was a kind of power that they couldn't touch at all. It was too terrifying. Everyone looked at the void in shock. The demonic qi dissipated along with the energy ripples and began to calm down. At the same time, in front of Jalobatian, Xian Gu, and Saint Fengqi, a black figure stood quietly in the midst of the terrifying demonic qi that had attacked Moon Saint. His eyes were as black as 2 black holes in the void, and the scene of blood flowing and all living beings wailing could be seen. This black figure stood in the air, and his black hole-like eyes scanned the surroundings. Wherever his gaze passed, all living beings trembled, as if their souls were about to be sucked into that boundless and tragic black hole. Let's go. However, this black figure didn't attack again. After his gaze swept across the depths of the sky, he turned into a black pillar of light and shot directly into the entrance of the eternal tomb. The 9 Demon Emperor, Moksha, Jialo Juiyu, and the others followed closely behind and rushed into the entrance of the eternal tomb. Awu, the demonic beasts and evil spirits roared as they stepped into the void tunnel. It was as if they had entered another world, and then they disappeared. They've entered the eternal tomb. The surrounding living beings recovered from their shock. Seeing that the people of the devil religion had entered the eternal tomb without any scruples, they looked at each other, and their eyes blazed again. Let's go in. It'll be too late if we don't go in now. Finally, some living beings couldn't take it anymore. They flew into the void and rushed towards the void tunnel entrance surrounded by stars. Swoosh, swoosh, in an instant, the entire place was stirred up. Living beings flew out from all directions, fighting to be the first. They no longer had any scruples. Looks like there shouldn't be any danger. Let's go in. Moon Saint wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the entrance of the eternal tomb. His voice fell in the ears of the disciples of the school of Yin Yang, as well as those of the Huang country. Jialo Batian, Xian Gu, and Saint Fengqi withdrew their original forms and stood together with Moon Saint. Their expressions were solemn. Xiaofu, Kailing Juiyu. Old Lady Jialo Maluo's eyes were solemn and her expression was complicated. She said to Du Xiaofu, Jialo Kailing, and Jialo Juiyu, I saw Juiyu. I can feel that his aura is completely different. If you see him again, remember my words. If you can't persuade him to turn back, then, grandmother, we know what to do. Juiyu is just sulking. He still has hatred in his heart. Perhaps he will turn back. Jialo Kailing said to the old lady. Let's go. Be careful and act according to the situation, Du Xiaofu said. He waved his purple sleeve and raised his hand. He signaled for the disciples of the Huang country's World Society, Tianwu Academy, and 7-Star Hall to set off. At the entrance of the Eternal Tomb, there were many experts from various forces personally guarding it. They were guiding and protecting their disciples as they entered the Eternal Tomb. Let's go. As Du Xiaofu's hand fell, the 18 celestial guards, Mo Tianshao, Dongfang Qingmu, Dugu Fenshin, General, Dongli Diao, and the others immediately flew out. Qi Yeshi, Huang Linger Zixian, Dongli Qingqing, and the others followed closely behind. They stepped into the sky and flew towards the entrance of the Eternal Tomb,